If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
That's right. We got all the voices of the House of Fastport because this is Road Gang Radio with your host, Jimmy Mack, and his, I don't know, partner in crime, not co-host, but like that guy that's there, Andre Thibodeau.
Hey, oh, by the way, I thought you were going to refer to Dean Croke.
Oh no, Dean's the man.
No, dude, but by the way, you are at least the first hour co-host of the show.
I like it.
I would give you that.
Give it to me.
Dean Croke is here, another member of the reconstituted Road Gang. By the way, you know who has veins in his neck?
Ooh, tell me.
Kiefer Sutherland, man.
Yeah.
You see about that thing, dude? Where
what happened?
Basically threatened to kill some dude in an Uber, man. I mean, it's just like, come on, man.
Can you elaborate on that for me? Is there more details?
I'll get them in a little bit here.
Okay.
We'll dig into that. But just keep that in your pocket because we'll get to Kiefer Sutherland
24
here.
hours.
This is a transportation show, so I do want to... And by the way, it's really good to see you, and it's really good to have Dean on. Good morning to you, Dean Croke, DAT Guy of the Grumpy Pete Peterbilt. How you doing, man?
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, good to be with you guys.
I love him.
And here on the West Coast.
Hey.
Over in Seattle, by the way, over in the Puget Sound, where I spent 4 years of my life.
Dean, I just want your voice as an alarm. Just be like, hey, wake up. It's time to get up.
Good morning.
Bracing cup of Java from Dean Croke. Let me get through the opening of this stuff, guys. So the Canadians are coming, and they're going to be talking about, well, Joanne's going to give a couple of shout-outs to 4 Canadian trucking companies who are 4 of the 18 division winners of the TCA, and she's also talking about people clearing a path over in the PEI and beyond. By the way, over here at Road Gang Radio, the wheels have come off, but we're still rolling. But Jim Park, by the way, has a big debate that's happening right now over in Ontario where they're trying to decide if every time a wheel comes off a truck, is it actually the driver's fault? Canada Calling will be here in just a little bit, 8 in the center, 9 in the east. Look, whether you're losing your heart on iHeart, and good morning to everybody on iHeart, or you're yakking it up on the tube of you, or making FaceTime on Facebook, wherever you are listening, welcome to the living and the life that is Road Gang Radio, the greatest live transportation show in the known universe. It's like no other. This is how I kind of think of it, Dean and Dre. It's gratitude over grievance goons, it's fellowship over fraudsters, and it's joyful Java over Jake Break jerks, by the way. What Lindsay, myself, Phone Master Dre, and Dean Croke are trying to do here is give you that deep breath to brace your day for all the road holds for you over here at the Fastport Studios or in the Puget Sound or in Franklin, Tennessee. Wherever we broadcast, we want to give you a place to stabilize and get up and get down with the rest of the day. Along with the Canadians, along with OOIDA, along with Western of the Month with Megan Kate Nelson and the National Comedy Center, we begin our morning as we begin on many a Thursday and hopefully many more with our good friend Dean Croke. Why in the hell are you in Seattle?
We've got a corporate meeting this week with DAT. We've got our annual kickoff meeting of our leadership team this week. So we're all here together as a team in our new corporate office because we acquired a couple of companies last year that were based up here. So, and of course, this is the part of the world where a lot of big tech companies are, as you know, like with Amazon and Microsoft and, you know, a lot of big companies, a lot of technology people up here. DAT started 47 years ago in Portland, not far south of here, but there's a lot of technology companies up here. So Seattle wasn't a stretch, but we've got a new corporate office up here overlooking the harbour. In fact, we're right next to the port, overlooking the port of Seattle. So it's just a beautiful city. I haven't been here for probably a decade. It's just, but so much has changed. I didn't realise that they'd taken away the city. Or I remember the viaduct, the Alaskan Way viaduct used to run along the waterfront here. They removed it and put it underneath with a tunnel. So much has changed up here. It's just I didn't realise how beautiful the city was.
I loved living there. And anybody who has ever spent any time up there, Dre, have you been up there, by the way? No? Okay.
I've always wanted to.
You should really get your butt up there because the air is different
Okay.
because of the moisture and the fact that pines are everywhere, and you can see Mount Rainier in the distance, one of my favorite things. The other thing is, too, I don't know if you know this, Dean, that the University District, the University of Washington, is an island. You have to actually, because of the way the city is set up, you actually have to cross over into it. And it's a very, very insulated island where the whole university is on it in the middle of the city of Seattle. It doesn't feel like an island because of the way the bridge is and the whole world is set up. But if you really look at it, it is really kind of isolated, and loved going there, by the way. It is an old-time university. I'll put it this way. They don't do tailgating there. It's one of the 3 places in the United States for college football games where they boat gate. Where they actually roll the boats up into the harbors, and people can actually walk off the docks into the stadium, and a lot of people do that. And it's interesting too because you bring up another point of conversation about all those tech startups over there, and I'm kind of curious because the big boom we're going through right now that you and I have been talking about that really is kind of keeping us from a full-blown recession around here is the AI boom, is all those AI data centers and all that stuff that we've been talking about. Usually, the way it works is with an economic cluster. People forget that Detroit springs into existence as an automobile hub cluster because it's far enough on the periphery to become a manufacturing city. And the way economic clusters work, and bear with me and correct me if you think I'm wrong, is that you don't want something to start in the middle of an area that's already booming. You give people a chance to kind of go a little bit further out, figure out their stuff, put it together, and when the thing takes off, then the world kind of descends upon it. In the same way, New England with the whaling industry, Detroit with the with cars and automotives, and then of course Seattle and Silicon Valley with the tech boom. Do you feel like that AI has a city, that the AI centers, or is it just because they're so out there and so isolated and don't really encourage people to live in those areas that we're not seeing that? Am I making sense on that question?
Yeah, it's interesting. My Uber driver on Monday night was adamant that the AI, he called it a bubble, like as in it had already run its course. And he was a very well-informed Uber driver. And I said, how come you know so much about this? And he said, well, I have half a dozen people every day in my Uber from Amazon and all of the tech companies. And I said, I listen and talk to them and I get their opinions. So I'm actually pretty in the know. And I said, okay, this is very interesting. He said, I think it's overdone. I think people have overinvested and they've done too much of it. And I thought, that's very interesting. He said, I think they've built too much. He said, I think they've built too much capacity. And he said, I think there'll be a lag in between now and when it takes the market to build up enough demand to meet the current capacity. And I thought, that's really, really interesting. It's very insightful. So I don't know enough about it to figure out if that's in fact the case, because I still think we're still building a lot of AI infrastructure. In fact, I wrote about it in one of my market updates this week, or coming out in the next couple of weeks. One of the things that I'd not thought about, we've been talking on our show here a few weeks ago about the big demand in AI data centers and how much it's driving flatbed demand. I'd not thought about how much it's driving the demand for generators. Because if you think about one of the things that AI data centers has been causing is a big demand on the power grids around where a data center is built. Well, one of the things that's been reported recently is how the stocks in companies like Caterpillar have been surging, but not because they've been selling more bulldozers and wheel loaders, but because they've been selling more diesel and natural gas powered generators. And I thought that's really interesting because that's another truckload demand tailwind that carriers have been benefiting from. So I think there's still some catch-up going on as to whether it's overdone and we're not quite there yet. I'm not sure, but it's an interesting thought.
Yeah, and by the way, all of this is also happening here too. One of One of the first signs I think that maybe things are getting better, and by the way, let me kind of finish this thought before you guys think I don't know anything about economics. I don't know if you saw it, the price of diesel continues to drop. And as that happens, I am wondering at the same exact moment that people are finally leaving the capacity problems that we're having, somebody finally blinked and those people are kind of exiting right as the price is dropping. I go back to our original thought that it's going to make those jobs, the kind of we're talking about with the flatbed stuff, a little bit easier to do, and also lock a lot of those people into kind of permanence. And I wanted to kind of revisit what you and I had already talked about before, the idea that I don't think that things are getting better. I think that for the people who were able to finally fight their way through this and get to the other side, things are going to stabilize and get better. But it doesn't mean that for the people who have left the market, they now have a chance to get back into the market. I think we're now going to be talking for the next couple of months about the people that won and how they can maximize the opportunity that their courage, fortitude, and grit got them to. That's kind of my take.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the first half of this year will be the real test. And second half, definitely, we're going to see some improvement in the economy. But the first half, I think the next quarter will still be a little bit of a grind because there's a lag effect between when the market catches up, because there's kind of an inertia that gets built up in an economy like this for carriers. But I think you're absolutely correct that there's the carriers that have been able to survive high inflation, the higher operating costs. They've been benefiting from lower diesel prices. That's been a big help in recent times, notwithstanding what's going on in the Middle East right now. But if we can keep diesel prices where they are, the offset of that is, though, that, lower diesel prices means there's less things like less drilling activity. So flatbed demand is down in the oil fields, for example. So even though we've got lower diesel prices at the pump, we're not building as much. There's less construction going on in the oil industry, generally speaking. But I think we're going to see a much better industry. There's definitely less capacity. The data point, and it's worth reiterating, that we talked about on the show Monday, is that rates came off typically in the order of 25 to 30 cents a mile in the first 10 days of the year. They only came off about 5 cents a mile in the first 10 days of the year this year. So we're heading towards a new plateau to start this year, which is where you're getting to, is if we see rates start to stabilise, we start to get to a point. This is a really interesting, something to think about, Jimmy Mac. 3 years ago, a lot of independent contractors went back to being leased on owner-operators.
Right.
And what we're seeing now is we're heading towards this inflection point where independent contractor leased on, that decision about whether do I go out on my own and get my own authority, we're starting to get to the point where rates are at a level where that now becomes a viable decision, because you talk to Todd Amon at ATBS, he'll tell you that you need about 50 cents a mile on top of current rates to run your own authority. So if, let's say, you do the math, leased on owner operators are getting $1.75 a mile, let's say they are, add 50 cents to that, you need rates to be about $2.25 a mile to make it worthwhile being an independent out on your own. Well, in December, we were there. So for the first time in 3 years, we're back at this point where the discussion about being an independent contractor out on your own starts to become a viable discussion again. So I think you're right. I think we're at that point where this is going to be a very interesting year for a lot of carriers that have been able to withstand the barrage that they've had to face in the last 3 years. This could be their year.
Yeah, and the other thing is, too, for those people who are thinking about going off on their own and cutting a new path, make sure that you have at least one stable client who actually can provide you with a foundational living before you make a decision to do that. That's a big thing, too. Make sure that when you hang your own shingle, you're doing it with the permission and gratitude and backing of the carrier that actually was giving you a living over the last 3 years. People always make that mistake, too, Dean. They hear stuff like you and I saying this and going, it's my time, and it's like, wait a minute, dude. Wait a minute. Is it your time? Because the people you were working for gave you a pretty nice health care plan, so you might want to take it easy on that, too. Before we hit this break, I got a funny story for both you and Dre. A recovery crew was summoned to an Irish road. By the way, today is National Pothole Day. Let that kind of sink in for a second. See what I did there? A recovery crew summoned to an Irish road. A truck carrying up to 15,000 crabs crashed into a ditch and set the crustaceans free. The McLaughlin transport truck was carrying load of crabs caught in Inishowen to restaurants and stores in Portugal when it wound up in a ditch at the side of the road at R238 Road in Carrickmacwiggley, Redcastle, County Donegal. By the way, I don't have any problems pronouncing any of those words. Those are my people. The driver was not injured, but the crash caused up to 15,000 crabs, approximately 70 grand worth of seafood to be spilled out of their aluminum containers. Crews from Burnt Foot-based McLaughlin Light and Heavy Recovery Services were brought in to clear the wreckage and round up the crabs. Here's the quote, by the way, from the owner, Adoran McLaughlin. He said, "It was a very unusual scene, to say the least. When we arrived, a lot of the crabs had spilled out of their containers and were making a bid for freedom to the fields. A team of up to 10 had to physically retrieve the crabs and put them into large bags and reload them onto the truck. It took a good few hours to fill the bags. A crane was also brought to the scene to lift the truck and trailer upright." They got 95% of them, is what I'm basically telling you. And Dean, I wanted to ask you this question. When you run a company like this, you do have to, it sounds like to me they had a plan, didn't they? They knew exactly what to do if, in fact, 15,000 crustaceans made their way to freedom in County Donegal. These are the kind of things that with small businesses and this kind of stuff, if you're going to get serious, you need to know who the 10 guys are that are going to show up and get your crabs back, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you need that. And a tightly knit community in Ireland, you can see people helping, because I'm guessing it's not the first time it's happened. It's probably,
it's the one good time to say you got crabs.
You know, can you see it, Dre? It's just like let me give you help there, darling. You know,
yeah.
let me pick up a little crab for you, darling. Pick up that fucking crab. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna let you do the impersonation. I'm not even gonna try.
I can get away with that one. Dean Croke, Jimmy Mack, our good friend Lindsay Lawler will be here at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. This is Road Gang Radio. Take that deep breath.
Wait, hold on. Let's redo it. Let's do it for Lindsay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked alive, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
It's a good time for a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Thursday. Well, good morning. I hope you had a great evening. But I want to drop something in your spirit again today, dealing with this whole process of understanding the peace that God has called us to have. He says in John 14:27, "Peace I leave with you, my peace I give to you." Now watch this. He says, "Peace I leave with you." Now watch this. But then he turns around and says, "My peace I give to you." Then he gets even more in detail. He says, "Not as the world gives, do I give to you." He says, "Let not your heart be troubled, neither let them be afraid." Did you catch what Jesus just told us? He said, if you're not able to find peace, he said, well, then take his peace. And he said the reason he wants you to take his peace is because his peace is able to conquer all unpeacefulness. It's able to comfort you in whatever you may be going through. And I promise you that if you take Jesus' peace, I promise you whatever you're going through, you will see it from his eye level. You will understand it from his, watch this, heart. So brothers and sisters, Jesus says, peace I leave with you. Then he tells you, watch this, he said, but if you just missed out on it, he said, but my peace I will give to you. So he says, I'm leaving it, but I also want to give it to you. So my brothers and sisters, we've got to trust God because his peace surpasses all understanding. Hang in there and enjoy your Thursday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies. Visit drive4bme.com. Drive4bme.com to learn more about the Bennett values and opportunities for drivers just like you.
Amen. Find that peace and come hang out with us, huh, Jimmy?
By the way, as I said before, it's gratitude over grievance goons, fellowship over fraudsters, and joyful Java over Jake Break jerks. There is no better answer to the Jake Break jerks than Java with Pastor John. Yeah. Always good talking and hearing from him as well. Dean had an insight, by the way, not to pick on anybody, but you actually took a closer look at that accident with the crustaceans, the 15,000 crustaceans who tried to rally to Mel Gibson and declare freedom. It didn't work out for them. 95% were retrieved and recovered. What did you see there when you were looking at that?
Yeah, I just looked at and this comes from someone, right, who's fallen asleep at the wheel and run off the road thousands of times as a commercial vehicle driver and investigated a lot of accidents that look a lot like this. There's a very distinct risk signature to accidents where drivers fall asleep, and it's a microsleep is a 4 to 5 second eyelid closure. The head doesn't nod. That happens after about 4.5 seconds when the neck muscles relax. But a microsleep risk signature is classically described as a 4-degree lane departure from centre. So what happens is the truck drifts at 4 degrees from the centre of the road, and there's no sign of braking or any evasive action. So you see it in winter a lot this time of the year. You see a lot of truck tracks drift off the road to the left into the median or to the right into a guardrail. And they're a random event because the driver's asleep at the point of impact. But this is a classic. When you look at it from the pictures, it's a classic manoeuvre. The other thing that sort of complicates this is if the truck's from Portugal, the driver was probably sitting on the left side of the cab driving on roads in Ireland, which would have had him on the other side of the road in Ireland, if my memory serves me correctly, where he would have been in Donegal. So that might have been something that might have complicated it. But that time of the day, this has all the hallmarks of someone that might have been a little bit too tired.
Really quickly, by the way, and we talked about this over the break, but if an Irishman created the rubber bullet, would his name have been Rick O'Shea? Thank you, Trucker Bosun. You can see yourself out, by the way. Good morning to Lovey and Earl 504. And, of course, Dre, the Paranormal Pie Man says... Yo! Good morning and ho, 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 and a bottle of rum as well. There's a lot of stuff kind of going on out there in the markets and in the industry right now. Dean Croke joins us as he oft does on a Thursday here, Full Throttle Thursday on Road Gang Radio, where we make a living, where we make a life. Let me ask you a quick question, too. So you're over in the new building for DAT, the new corporate headquarters over there, corporate offices over there. Talk to me a little bit about what the place looks like. I mean, you got a great view, but how does one go about setting up an office for DAT?
Yeah, we've got a 6-year lease on a building because during the pandemic there was a lot of people that went remote. What's happened is there's a lot of building space that was available in downtown CBDs. And that's no different than any other city. So we were able to get a 6-year lease at a really good price. So we jumped on it. We repurposed a building here on Alaskan Way in the Maritime Building, and it's a fairly open plan building. It had a lot of cubes, what they call a cube farm, where a lot of people sat in cubicles. We removed a lot of those and made it an open plan building where we can have a lot of our people working. We've got a lot of great open areas where we can have customers come in and meet. So, it's kind of one of those opportunistic deals where we had, remember, we purchased a couple of companies who were already located up here, so we were able to move them into this building. So we had people that we needed to relocate anyway. But really, Jimmy Mac, it was because we had, like every other city, had space available because of the change in the workforce, because a lot of people were working remote. But this is a fascinating place. But I think the more fascinating thing is the hotel that I'm in. I mean, if I could just sort of segue to that, they have these very interesting hotels. It's called the Citizen M.
Oh,
I'm in.
That's where Claire and I stayed on our honeymoon.
It's a shipping container.
That's where.
It's a shipping container.
Yeah.
It's tiny.
It's amazing.
You've been here.
Well, no, I'm a member. I am a member of their rewards program. When Claire and I went to London on our honeymoon, we stayed there, and we stayed there by choice. And I'll explain why in a second. You probably know as well too. And I would really recommend anybody wanting to take a vacation where they really plan on being out rather than in. There are people I know who stay at a hotel and they want to stay in that hotel room or a suite or something like that. But if you are looking to be in the middle of something, and this is how their model is extraordinary. They maximize space because you're right, it's a shipping container, but where you can store your luggage and the size of the bed is extraordinary. It is a tiny room, guys. It is essentially a shipping container. Dean got it right. But what they do is when we went to Copenhagen, it's where I stayed. When we went to London, it's where I stayed. When I go to Seattle now, it's where I stay. When I go to New York and Boston, it's where I stay. And we like it because we like going downstairs to that lobby because you get business people who come in just to have breakfast, and the movers and the shakers and the people who are just, hip and happening. It's a great little lobby, isn't it? I haven't seen the one in Seattle.
It's amazing. I walked into it and I thought, oh, this is interesting. This is a very interesting use of space. Now, in contrast, I went to an event just before Thanksgiving in Charlotte, and I remarked to my wife, I had a corner suite, and I said this two-bedroom apartment that I'd picked up in Charlotte was bigger than the first floor of the house that I live in. This was an excessive use or waste of space for one night's accommodation. I was there for like 9 hours. It was just it was excessive for a hotel room that I didn't use when I travel. Whereas this one here, this is economical, it's efficient. To me, it's like $100 a night. And we've got like maybe 60 or 70 people traveling in here for this week-long meeting. This is a really economical way to do this. But I love the way that you've got an iPad here that controls all of your electronics. You've got a wonderful bed. You've got great views. And I'm thinking finally someone has figured out that you don't need all this space in a hotel room for people that travel. You just don't need all of this wasted space. So it's the first time I've ever seen anything like this. And you've got a really good eating area downstairs. I just wonder about whether this is the new traveller, has kind of driven people towards this design. But there's a lot of legacy hotels around the country that still have a lot of wasted space, where they're a lot more expensive too, mind you, but they're probably double the price of what this place is.
Well, I'll tell you this, but we got to take a break here real quick, Dean, but we'll come back and talk about this a little bit more. The other thing is, too, is you go back and look at the models and all the cities they're in, they are in the middle of the action. That's the other thing, too. Yeah. They want you to come down, they want you to hang out with people, talk, plan your day, get your world going, and then get the hell out of that hotel and go enjoy the city that you're in the middle of. Dean Croke, Jimmy Mack, our good friend Phone Master Dre, and don't forget, as always, Lindsay joins us because, man, it's as much hers as it is yours, as it is ours. It is Road Gang Radio. The gang continues to roll forward. This, by the way, Dre, is the show. Especially when you get a little tuba player.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Let me get through some bureaucracy here, guys. Premier Ride Logs LLC. The Premier Ride Logs one ride model number is off the market as far as ELDs go. The same is said for DSG Tracking LLC. The DSGE Logs S1, Logs 1 is off the market. ELD Provider State ELOG LLC, it's ST8-E is off the market, and the ELD Provider State Law eLogs LLC, its PT-30 is off the market. Everybody needs to keep up with that, act accordingly. You have 60 days to replace the revoked ELDs. Like I said, always kind of check with that. There are a number of reports about that, of course, over at Landline, of course, over at the Trucker. Always, by the way, keep up with your trade journals, because that might be the place. Sometimes you never even find out from the manufacturer that it has been discontinued. So always kind of keep up with the information and listen to things like Road Gang Radio as well. Phone Master Dre, of course, is on the ones and the twos. You can call him at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
Bad sip, huh, brother?
Oh, that was a bad date, man. God, it's out of date. Good
man.
God.
Dates, bad
Woo!
dates. And, of course, another member of the reconstituted Road Gang, Dean Croke, joins us this morning. Dean, I'm going to bring in one of our good friends, always worth a contribution. Chowder is on the scene. Good morning to you, Mr. C.
Hello, sir.
Good morning, Jimmy Mack, Brother Dre, the best Bostonian in New England, Dean Croke. Sorry to keep interrupting in on your segment there, Dean, but today Chowder's playing Weatherman. I just would like to advise, inform, and precautionary tales of woes for drivers coming through I-90 today going towards the east, and I guess it probably wouldn't matter to the west because Mother Nature is an equal opportunist offender. They're calling for wind, and it is 35 to 40 mile an hour gusts currently in the Black Hills region of South Dakota. I left about 150 miles ago to start heading this way, and it was 32 degrees. It's now 53 degrees. But they're calling for winds up to and including 75 to 80 mile an hour gusts. Most of the day today, starting at 11 a.m. local time, going until 1700 on tomorrow, Friday. So if you're coming this way, be advised, be precautionary. Got some bailout spots in mind because you don't want to be laying on your side trying to deliver freight when you're supposed to be on your tires.
No, well said. Well said, yeah. Chowder.
That's really all I'm calling to harass anybody about today, but it's always good to talk with you and take a few minutes of your time.
Hey, by the way, it's valuable time. And by the way, Chowder sets a good example here for everybody listening out there. We really encourage this, guys. We really encourage weather conditions. Like I said, I know people check their app, but there's one thing to be able to see what's coming by way of an app or a radio report. It's another thing to get on-the-ground reports about what it is you're driving into. Thank you for that, Chowder. What's the rest of your day look like?
Well, my day looks like going down here to Hot Springs, South Dakota. I'm going to deliver at the Bomb Guys. and then because I'll have time because the wife caught COVID, I think I might just drive over to the Mammoth site and go take in the Mammoth site in Hot Springs. I haven't been there in a few years. See how they've progressed along, finding archaeological dig stuff. And then I'll motor my way back, and I think I'll, if the wind's not too bad, I might take the scenic truck route through Custer State Park, Wind Cave area, come down in, and I'll stop at Hot Spring or at Hill City at their little diner, and I'll walk over to the Alpine Inn and get maybe a buffalo burger and some fries. And then I'm going to drive home and get ready to do laundry tomorrow for the wife while she's working.
Thank you, Chowder. Go have a great time. It's a hell of a day, and as always, please send those pictures like you always do. You apologize for blowing my phone up. Don't ever apologize. Seeing those images of the road is just terrifimundo, brother. Really
Never
appreciate
apologize.
It. Never
All right,
apologize.
you guys have a good weekend.
You too. You know, Dean, the other thing is, too, why I really love Chowder's phone calls is it's a great reminder, particularly on the show that we're trying to create here, that it is possible, even while you're doing the job, even while you're out there, to actually have a real life based on the destinations that are around you and the places to stop in, right? I mean, you do this as well, too.
Yeah.
You can stop and smell the roses or enjoy the snows of Truckee or the pines.
Yeah.
When you cross into Washington, you get hit by that smell of pines. It's like permanent Christmas, right?
Yeah, I love, I kind of live the life of a reefer company driver vicariously through Chowder, because while he was talking, I'm on the map looking at exactly where he is on Google Earth. And I'm doing the mileage, and it's 964 miles from where he left that dock on Monday morning when we talked to him. And I'm looking at where he's going now, and I'm thinking, wow, he's out there in the middle of the country in the Dakotas and on the plains. And I'm a map guy. I love looking at maps. I have my Rand McNally Atlas in the truck all the time. I love looking at the maps of the United States and pictures. So I've got a kind of a 3D brain. That's how I look at the world and look at freight and I look at what Chowder's doing. I can visualize what he's doing right now. But I love what he's doing and taking in what trucking offers, because I think what I was guilty of when I was a driver all of my life was not taking time to look at what was around me because I was too busy being busy. And that's what I'm purposely doing here in Seattle, is taking time to stop and look what's around me, because, Jimmy Mac, I may never be back here again. I lost the best friend on Sunday. He died of a stroke. So like you just don't know what's around the corner. So as I've sort of, got older, I've started to appreciate things a little bit more, and I purposely take time to enjoy every single moment and what's around you, because despite all the other rubbish that's going on around us in the world, this is a really cool country and it works, despite all the stuff that we read. I've lived in a few countries, but this is an amazing country when you travel, and I think nobody gets to see it more than the people that are sitting in 18-wheelers traveling across the country like Chowder is today.
Yeah, it just lands so well, like I said, and it's also a great reminder. Our good friend Dog Walker, when he was still driving out there, and even after he retired, he always made a good point of kind of taking us through not just what he was doing and what he was hauling, but the places that he was stopping along the way, just to take that breath, just to take a moment to kind of enjoy things. By the way, Marshall, our good friend, morning #RGR from lovely Minnesota morning, a balmy 10 degrees. Whoo, man, I call that make you angry. That's when you want to make sure that none of your skin is exposed, because if you sit the wrong way on a seat, especially if it's leather, your skin sticks to the seat because it's so darn cold. That's a bad feeling. So, Dean, I know there's stuff that you want to unpack, and you just do that over the course of this conversation. There was something I wanted to bounce off of you. Jane Jazraoui and I on Education Station, we are obsessed, by the way, about culture. And she was talking about the movement in the 90s and the gradual evaporation of it, of carriers to get into the training racket, to actually create internal training programs that did the same thing that a CDL school would do. The model didn't seem to work, and the last few of those holdovers are either going to go away soon or are the genuine exception that proves the rule. One of them is actually a subsidiary of a larger carrier. One of the things that I was talking about, though, with Jane was the idea of taking a professor of practice, which is a teacher who doesn't have to do research in order to have a full-time job with the VOTEC school. What they have to do is do their job. And the idea that we think the future might be, in case we can't find a model of this, having somebody who is in charge of, say, safety culture at a particular carrier, and that they spend most of their time there. But 1 or 2 days a week on a regular schedule, they have a small office at the VOTEC school, at the community college that has the CDL training program, and they have office hours where they give, and 1 day of lecture where they talk about the lifestyle. Because the biggest complaint, as Jane goes through the best fleets to drive for, the biggest complaint that causes the most turnover is that people weren't prepared for the lifestyle.
Yeah.
That's the biggest killer. It's not even the money, it's the lifestyle that kills people, because sometimes they end up with pretty good carriers who do okay for the first job out there, and they just get crushed because, and some of them said, if I'd been ready, I could have dealt with this. But they're not ready. I wanted to kind of get your thoughts on that. What
exactly it. It's about
what you would think would be a good professor to kind of talk to people about that. How, because you'd be a great professor of practice. I like you and I like your job you have right now. Not making suggestions, but how would we do this?
I think you're exactly right, because it's about setting expectations. Because what we've been doing in the truckload industry is setting people up to fail. In fact, we've been very good at hiring our own problems, because we have a revolving door and we hire people. We're just filling numbers and filling seats, and we're setting people up for failure because we set the wrong expectations. And a lot of those business models have been built around high turnover levels and low base mileage pay. Now, that's notwithstanding, what really successful companies like what Tim Ashoff does out at Crete. That's a very different model. But I think and I know a couple of people that are very good at setting expectations the right way. You asked me about this last week, about what you'd do differently. I can't remember the exact question, but I said one of the things you would do out of the gate is find out, if you're entering the industry, find out what's the economics of home. Like, what do you need to make at home to keep home happy? And then find the job in trucking that suits you best. Because if you have the expectations around that set right, then you have the home time matching the pay packet. And I think what we do wrong as an industry is we don't have people in training setting the right expectations. And I'll end this on this thought. We often have the wrong people in training, because if you think about progression through work, the best drivers don't always make the best dispatchers, because they're always trying to get everyone else to work to their standards, which were the reason they were the best drivers is because they were better than everybody else. Well, not everybody can be that good. So if you have trainers, they don't always set the right expectations, because they're trying to set artificially high expectations for everybody else. But if you set the framework and say, here's the reality, but not be afraid to scare people off, I think that would give you a much more stable workforce, rather than be worried about people being scared off out of the gate, because either way you're going to get to the same spot 6 months down the road. Right? You're either going to have fewer people through the front gate or more people going out the back door.
Yeah, and the other thing is, too, is that what people don't understand is that I think part of the pain point about that stuff is that they see a short-term, the short, sharp shock, as the British like to call it. The idea that I think they're averse to doing that because they feel like it's going to cause this immediate disruption. But the stabilization, if you do it properly, if you tell people the truth up front, actually is going to make for a better business model. And you talked about Crete earlier, but that's exactly that thing. If you set up expectations properly, then you can manage those expectations by connecting them to what the benefits are, saying like, here's going to be what the problems are going to be. Here's how we counter that and mitigate that to make it a viable job, and here are the rewards you see at the end for having done the job properly. I promised Dre I would do this, Dean, which is actor Kiefer Sutherland was arrested on suspicion of criminal threats early Monday morning after L.A. police said he assaulted a ride-hail driver. Just after midnight, officers responded to a call reporting an assault at an intersection just south of Hollywood Hills. What the LAPD said was they determined Sutherland entered a ride-hail vehicle, physically assaulted the driver, and made criminal threats to the victim. The driver didn't require medical attention. He was arrested and released from jail a few hours later on a $50,000 bond. According to jail records, he will be in court on February the 2nd. Sutherland has not responded to attempts to get him to comment. This goes back to 2007 after he pleaded no contest to a drunk driving charge, which is why I guess he was in an Uber. He had those alcohol related going all the way back to 1990 as well. He's not drank since then, but yeah, dude, it's like I really think that moment, by the way, and while we're hearing about moments like that more and more, is I think a lot of people, one of the things that behooves a lot of our friends out there on the roads driving these days is to remember that a lot of people, because of the climate right now, are really on edge and really angry.
Yeah.
And it's like the drivers in this country in particular, once again being asked to do more than they should, are going to have to be part of the solution of keeping the temperature down. It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, Jimmy, this is a really bad job market. Like, job hiring numbers are down. We've been saying for a long time that there's a lot of people out there that are, really hurting financially, because you see it in how people drive. And there's a lot of people out there that are doing gig work. They're trying to, there's a lot of white collar people that have lost their jobs. You just read about the number of people losing their jobs every single day. Even up here in Seattle, in this tech belt, you read about the number of job layoffs. And so I think there's a lot of people out there that are hurting financially, that are out there driving around looking for jobs. There's a lot of people that are very stressed. And I end my IQ show every week with, be safe, be nice to everybody. Like, I'm genuine about that. I think we need to make more of a concerted effort about being nice to people. I know it's hard to do from the seat of a cab for everyone out there listening, because you feel like most people aren't being nice to you, but we've got to make a start somewhere. And I think there's a lot of folks out there that are really struggling at the moment. This is going to be a tough year. Make no mistake that we're in a pretty precarious position right now as we sort of start 2026. But I think Jimmy, you've been here. There's a lot of homeless people here in Seattle and Portland.
Yeah.
I like, my heart breaks. Like, how does that happen? Like, how do you make decisions in life and you kind of end up here on the streets? Like, I have so much empathy. My heart breaks for these people. I just don't know how we help solve that problem.
Well, the other problem is, too, and this is something else I want to point out to people, because there are, like what I say, a lot of tough birds out there who are like, bootstraps, all that kind of stuff as well, too. For every homeless person you see, what I call the performative space of homelessness, and by the way, I am not denigrating the homeless by when I say that, but the obvious homeless, the man who is missing half his teeth, who obviously had a long-term drinking problem, and despair brought him to that point. Those people often underneath interstates and all that. For everyone you see like that, the majority of homeless, I want you to imagine a father with two kids. The mother has left them. Yeah. They're in the back of a red pickup truck. The father works every single day, and when he comes home, he sleeps in the afternoon, the late afternoon, wakes up at midnight, and then stands guard over the two little kids in the back of that cab to make sure that they get a good night's sleep, drives them to school, drops them off, and then goes off to work again in the desperate hope that he can finally find some place to put himself in, because the cost of living in so many cities where often the work is exorbitant. I mean, just no way to do it. Well, so for every homeless person you see, there is a silent homeless person who you might see on a work site.
Yeah, I was struck yesterday. I was out early yesterday morning getting a bit of video content on truckers here in Seattle on I-5, and along the I-5 there's a lot of homeless camps set up right along the freeway. But as I'm there doing some videos of some of these monstrous trucks and trailers with like centipedes with all these wheels, but off to my left I see two young men, reasonably well dressed, get out of tents and put their backpacks on and go off to work. So like homelessness has very many faces, as you've just described, but cost of living is a big part of it. But it's like, I kind of left speechless. I called my wife and I said, this is, every time I come out here or go to cities, I was in Reno, Nevada over the holidays, and outside one of these takeaway food places was a mother and a father and a young child that were homeless. You think, because I always look at it and think, you've got nothing to complain about. But then I think, I've been on my knees and I've worked really hard and I've been broke, and and I often think, what is it makes me different? Like, how have I ended up where I've where I am, and they didn't. Like, how does life throw those curveballs at you? And some people drag themselves out of it, and others don't. Like, what is it that happens? Like, I don't understand how that happens, but here we are.
Yeah, and the other thing is too, I mean, I'm going to make a comment right now. I think about the fact that, I mean, you got a chance to meet my mother and father and talk with them. But I think about the fact, Dean, that it's like the only reason I've been able to keep myself afloat while Claire is in California is I don't have to pay for space to rent here. And I think about the networks of people. This is why, we talk about networking in this kind of I don't know the best way to put this, in this sort of business sort of way. But the idea that one of the other reasons you want to network, and I can't think of a better group of people to talk to than truck drivers about this particular issue, because so many of them, I got a good friend, Pam, who trucking saved her life because it gave her a place to live. I mean, straight up living in that truck. I mean, it gave her a place to live to get her life back on track. And there's a number of people who I know at some point, there's somebody listening right now who has lived in their truck and lived comfortably and considered themselves fortunate compared to being under the bridge or standing guard, as we talked about earlier. And it really is, but this is one of the other reasons on the simplest level why being connected, you're only as good as your partners. As a friend of mine who comes on this show every Thursday and every Monday talks about, you're only as good as your partners. And it's crucial that you guys cultivate your networks and your contacts and all of that stuff. You have to be able to call people if you get in trouble, because if you don't and you have no one to talk to, that's how it starts, Dean. That's how it starts.
Yeah. You talked about Jane Jazrawi talking about that opportunity. Well, it comes if you set the right expectations. What you build is trust and respect, and that's what builds culture. And a lot of companies really struggle with culture, because they talk about it, they don't live and breathe it. But the way you start building culture is you build it from day one with building trust and respect with people, and you do that by setting expectations. And that's how you, when you talk to some truckers out there that love and respect and trust the company they work for, it all goes back to how they were inducted and how they started and how they're treated and how they're managed and handled every single day. And there's some bumps along the way, but it always comes down to communication. There's always this openness and frankness and honesty that's prevalent in every single day. It's not a given. Not everybody's good at this. A lot of companies. One of the things we had an expert come in yesterday talking about companies that are being healthy, and there's been some great books about this. But companies don't fail because they're not smart. They fail because they're not healthy. And healthy companies are built around trust and respect. And that's one of the things and I think that's what, you and Jane were getting to about setting expectations. It all comes down to setting the right expectations for truckers coming into the industry, is building a foundation of trust and respect, because I don't think you get that when you come into the industry, because you always got, you're always sort of looking out the corner of your eye, wondering about who's out to get you. And that's where it sort of all goes wrong.
Yeah, and that idea is like, this is one of the strangest industries in America in that it behooves us that our competition has to do a good job. It's one of the few places. Right. It's almost like really competitive athletes. You don't want to beat a bunch of people who are far your inferior. You want to beat the best. And in order for it's two reasons. One, it pushes you to be better, but two, if everybody isn't doing the job they're supposed to be doing, it looks bad on the industry as whole. And it's a strange responsibility that people who work in this space carry, because you're representing not just yourself, not just your company, but the industry at large. And there are a couple of other places where you can make employment where that actually applies. When one person looks bad, we all look bad. That's not the case in every industry, and that's how people win sometimes in the capitalist market. But in this one, man, if people start driving badly, it takes forever to recover from the PR damage they do to everybody else. And that's one of the things about culture, too, as opposed to trying to eliminate the competition, you're trying to surpass them, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we've got a couple of decades of bad imagery that we're trying to overcome, because the culture that we've built it hasn't been a good one. It hasn't been a healthy culture, because it's been built on a lack of trust, because that's how truckers have felt. They haven't felt like they've been trusted to do the right job, the right thing. and that's permeated to the broader, consumers and the public that look at us on the roads. So I think, we've got a long way to go here to fix this, but it starts at the recruiting desk and table and discussion, and I think that's a generational change that we're talking about here, but it has to start somewhere.
Yeah, and I also think I go back and I think that part of the resistance to reform is that there are a number of people actually understand exactly what has to be done, and they're afraid of what a massive overhaul would actually look like to the industry at large, that it would cause a disruption from which a lot of bottom lines would be hurt. Well, I mean, part of that is the fact that the federal government is taking care of some of that right now, at least if it gets some of this legislation passed, that is going to cause a disruption anyway. So it's no better time to take the pain than right now. I've thought, whatever you think about this administration, whatever you think about the previous administration, an opportunity is being provided here that we may never get again. It's the best time to do this. It's kind of like, you talk about this all the time, that in the economic downtimes is exactly when you get your house in order, is exactly when you straighten things out, so that when times get good again, you don't lose control of it, so that the next time it does actually pull you under. And that's a big thing. Dean Croke, as always, calling us from the city of Seattle. Please enjoy that. By the way, they were so good to Claire and I on our honeymoon when we got there, Dean, at the Citizen M. They had a list of every single vegan restaurant within 5 blocks. There were 10 of them. They set us up with a big breakfast the next morning that they had brought over from an Indian restaurant next door. Citizen M is just the best. And by the way, I think that by cutting down on the costs of what it is to kind of have space there, it improves their customer service. I don't know if you've noticed that, but the places that we have been, we have gotten first-rate customer service from the people that are there. And I love the card system, too. It's great. It's just great. Enjoy yourself. Did I lose him? Oh, he's off the phone. All right. Okay. Thank you, Dean. We're going to take a quick break, come back on the other side with our friends, the Canadian. Dean Croke, as always, joins us on every other Thursday and every Monday on Road Gang Radio, one of the original reconstituted members of the Road Gang. Dre, if you'd be so kind, let's take the break early, get Jim and Joanne in here. We'll, see where the road takes us. You can give us a call at 615-292-6366 when Jim and Joanne are here. Canada's calling. Lindsay gets here at 9. Really good We Should Write yesterday. Check it out on the drop. On your podcast platforms, go to RadioNemo.com and subscribe.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Thursday.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Hey guys, by the way, I see that our friends are commenting. Marshall's calling BS on the economy conversation doing bad. Every time I go out to eat, every restaurant is packed. It costs me $100 for my steaks and drinks, full of families whose tab will be $200 or $300. Joe J says the same, Marshall. By the way, guys, I can tell you this right now. If you were, and I'm not arguing with them, by the way, you can only see what you can see. If you were to actually go to Louisiana or Texas in 1979 to 1981, which was the height of stagflation, I mean, literally the end of the Carter administration before Ronald Reagan is elected, if you would go down to either Texas or Louisiana, and I were to tell you that there was a recession in the land, that there was a deep recession, you'd have told me I was full of it. You would have absolutely told me I was full of it. And I understand, and you guys cross a lot of territory, both of you, so I totally get that too. You're seeing places. But there are places that are hurting. All we are saying here, though, is the fact that you guys, the two of you in particular, are really tough customers in the sense that you had good plans, you run your affairs well, you do your job, you do your business, and it's been terrific, as a matter of fact, how you guys have handled it. Because if you're listening now and you're still driving, man, you've handled your business well, and you win. That's the big prediction that we have this year. For the people that roughed the storm of the last 2 to 3 years, and you're still in it and you're still driving, you guys are some smart customers and have done well. But there's a lot of stuff that's roiling and churning underneath. Like I said, I'd love to talk to you about it. Like I said, this isn't even about partisan stuff or any of that kind of nonsense. I mean, like I said, the whole thing was like with Reagan back in '81. He made a really, really important decision that he would continue to engage in government spending on the defense contractor side, and in doing so, began to actually free up some money for Ohio and Indiana and a whole bunch of parts of Michigan as well. And in doing so, kind of set the table when Volcker changed the interest rates to have people already working and engaged. The economy is a complicated thing, and I'm just glad you guys are a part of it. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. We're going to pivot here, and we're going to make our way on over to our good friends Jim and Joanne. Canada has come a-calling. Good morning to you both.
Good morning to you.
Hey, good morning down there.
So how cold is it up where you are? Because I know Marshall is rolling through 10 degrees over in Minnesota. What are you guys dealing with? Oh, by the way, good news for Marshall, though. He's going to make his way to Huntington Beach, California. 2 units out and 1 unit coming back. So he'll be okay. What's your weather like, guys? We'll start with you, Joanne.
I'm in the middle of a blizzard, actually. I'm inside, don't worry, but I'm going to have trouble getting my coffee this morning. Snow and blowing snow and very cold. I don't know what it is in Fahrenheit, but it's about minus 23 here. Centigrade.
That's still probably mine. That's probably below zero as well too. Yeah, that counts as below zero in Fahrenheit as well because
that's cold.
Yeah, that's cold. That's cold. How about yourself, Park? What are you looking at?
Yeah, we got about a foot of snow overnight. And it's about, 28 degrees, 27 degrees here, Fahrenheit. Not that cold, but lots of snow to deal with.
He's in the tropical part.
In the tropical
part.
Tropical point. Canada Calling is back, guys. Go to obac.ca. Check them out as well. You're welcome to give us a call at 615-292-6366 as we kind of go through these topics this morning. Joanne, as always, puts us in a good spirit, though. 4 out of 18 division winners. You want to give a shout-out to those particular 4, do you not?
Yeah, I got to try to inject a little bit of joy into the session here this morning. 4 out of the 4 Canadian carriers who are among the 18 division winners in the Truckload Carriers 50th Annual Fleet Safety Awards competition. So these awards recognize truckload carriers that demonstrate an exceptional commitment to safety. They have the lowest accident frequency ratio per million miles traveled in a year. So there's 6 different mileage-based characters, first, second, and third place winners in each division. And first of all, we have Mill Creek Motor Freight in Ayr, Ontario. They're our winner in Division 3. That's the 15 to 25 million miles per year. And then we have 2 winners in Division 4, 888 Transport out of Abbotsford, BC, and 4 Tracks out of Winnipeg. And then in Division 5, that's over 100 million miles. There's the perennial winner, Bryce Transport out of Winnipeg, Manitoba. So these 18 winners go on to compete for one of 2 grand prizes. They're divided, one for the carriers that go fewer than 25 million miles a year, and the ones that go more than that. So we'll find out who those grand prize winners are at the TCA annual convention in Orlando at the end of February. So good luck to all those 18 carriers, but we'll throw in a little extra cheer for the Canadian fleets. And, of course, a shout-out to all the drivers who drive those millions of miles each year for those carriers. They really deserve a shout-out as well.
You know, I've always thought that these kind of things, when TCA does this, and, of course, our friends over at Carriers Edge do their best fleets to drive for, I like these things because it codifies. I hate when people say stuff like, well, you should do that already. And you want to say, wait a minute. It makes there's an element of fun that it adds and an element of competition. And it also keeps you in touch with, if in fact you don't get one of the division winners, that you can look at the people who won the division and see what they're doing well to win it and then act accordingly. But equally, even when you do win, you want to see what the other winners did that you might not be doing and then borrow from them as well. I mean, there's a lot of really best practices that go on in these kind of situations. And I've always said we love to look at what people do wrong all the time in regards to what not to do. But we often don't kind of focus on what companies that actually get this kind of shout out, what they do to kind of get that baseline going, right?
Yeah, and I think you're right with there's the big awards and the ceremonies and all that stuff, but I think the organizations that run these competitions and put up the best fleets to drive for, they're very willing to share what the best practices are that the carriers are doing to make them so good, and that's information out there that's out there for anyone to look at. So it's they're fun, and they're I think it's good practices all the way around.
Speaking of practices, let's talk about dredging a little bit. From both Prince Edward Island, and beyond. There's a lot of dredging going up that's going to basically take away a little bit of a maritime bottleneck of sorts as well. Can you kind of tell people what's going on with that? And it's going to have an impact on the trucking, both in regards to the supply chain, but also in regards to need some trucks to make this happen.
Yeah, so we've talked about this before. It's the ferry service between Wood Island's PEI, that's our smallest province on the East Coast, and Caribou, Nova Scotia. So it's a small ferry that runs between the eastern end of PEI and mainland Nova Scotia. It's not a year-round ferry, or it shuts down in the winter because the strait freezes, the Strait of Newfoundland freezes. But when it's operating, it's critical to trucking companies and shippers in eastern PEI. We're talking about the region's export-dependent industries like agriculture. That's where you get your potatoes from PEI, forestry, fishing, manufacturing. And many of these shipments depend on the ferry to manage both travel distances and market access. So it's a much shorter and less expensive route than traveling off the island via the Confederation Bridge and through New Brunswick. So it's been putting, in recent years, when the service has been plagued by equipment breakdowns and generally declining reliability of the services, put a huge strain on supply chains across the region. But now, in response to feedback from stakeholders and a recent report commissioned by the Eastern PEI Chamber of Commerce, Northumberland Ferries, that's the company that operates the service, has committed to improving the service. So, yes, there will be dredging at both ports, both in PEI and at Nova Scotia. So that means that deeper channels will allow vessels to operate without being limited by tidal conditions. I mean, we're talking about the Atlantic Ocean, right? That's pretty high tides there. So that's going to improve consistency for trucks and other commercial traffic. But beyond the infrastructure, the company is committed to developing new communication systems to better get information out on weather-related delays and cancellations, that kind of thing. This has been a major concern raised by trucking and business stakeholders. And Transport Canada, who actually owns the vessels at the terminals, which are leased to Northumberland Ferries to provide the service, they say that vessel upgrades are another component of the improvement plan. The two ferries are currently undergoing winter refits, including major upgrades to bridge equipment. This is bridges on the ferries. They're going to get new modern systems, fully integrated navigation and control technology, so we're told. So, and Transport Canada likes to remind shippers that that last summer they cut rates back, for ferries and other customers, for trucking and other customers. And that was welcome, of course, but for trucking companies, they say reliability, not fares, is the dominant issue. So I should say that also at the top of the wish list for industry long has been the expansion to year-round service, but that's currently not in the cards right now to offer year-round services. The ferries, very, very expensive pieces of equipment. The ones that are currently running there are not rated for ice operations. That's a whole other road they're going down, or I should say straight they're going down. But with infrastructure and equipment upgrades and improved service reliability, it could still be a big win for trucking in that area for a very critical piece of infrastructure.
Well, the other really cool thing is it sounds like, with the exception of the winter upgrades and the ability of making it year-round service, it sounds like they really are ripping off the Band-Aid and getting a lot of stuff done. This isn't piecemealing it. I mean, granted, it would be lovely if they could actually get that last element of that year-round service there, but it sounds like, if I'm understanding you correctly, that everything that needs to be done, they're trying to do as much as possible. They're trying to strike while the iron is hot, is what it sounds like to me, right? They're saying, well, since we're doing the dredging, let's get the boats, kind of retrofitted and make them kind of more modern and all that stuff. It sounds like this is an overhaul. They're using the dredging as a way to kind of open the door for a lot of other stuff, right?
Yeah, I think so, and they seem to be really listening to what stakeholders and users are saying. They've set up various working groups that have or consultation processes with these people, and not just a one-off thing. They agree to have these processes and systems in place where they can get that input from the users. So I think that's going to be a critical part in the whole thing as well. So yay PEI, yay Northumberland Ferries. I love that little ferry, by the way. It's small, but it is mighty.
Well, and that's the thing too. Sometimes people don't realize that these really small, would seem inconsequential. Oh, that's quaint. Oh, that's cool. it's more than quaint, it's more than cool. It becomes almost necessary to making sure people get the stuff that they need and people can move back and forth on a regular basis. I don't know if you both know this, but when the second half of this show starts, when Lindsay joins us at 9, there is a catchphrase that Lindsay has kind of made her own that Claire then uses in the opening, where she says, Claire says, the wheels have come off, but we're still rolling. And I think, Jim, you know where I'm going with this. The wheels coming off and us staying rolling is something we can do. That ain't always the case with 18 wheels, is it, Jim? And sometimes we're never quite sure who is to blame for that. Can you kind of unpack what I'm alluding to here?
Well, yeah, we're talking about wheel separations. Trucks lose wheels. It's been a problem for years, like decades. But it's a seasonal problem as well. We sort of discovered that there's a spike in the number of wheel separations in Ontario in the winter months, so December, January, February. But they started early this year. Since November, the OPP tell me 18 trucks have lost wheels somewhere around the province of Ontario. I wrote about one of them last week on Truck News because the story I read in the paper about this particular wheel separation was that the driver was charged with a wheel separation charge, which I'll tell you about in a second. But it was pretty clear from the picture that they put on their Twitter post or X post that someone had serviced that wheel within days of the wheel coming off. You could see in the picture a brand new, like not even burnished yet, brake pad still on the axle, and all the studs were sheared off on the hub, and the wheel was gone, of course. So an incident like that, I know from my research in wheel separations, that's a classic signature of a wheel that was over tightened. And the studs broke and the wheel came off. So the driver, in all likelihood, I don't know, I haven't spoken to the driver, don't know who he is or she, but the driver was charged with, in Ontario, what they call an absolute liability offense. In other words, if you're charged with a wheel separation, there's no defense. You can't say, I was diligent, I did this, I did that, I tried to prevent it. If the wheel comes off a truck in Ontario, you're going to get a fine of anywhere between $2,000 and $50,000. It's ridiculous. Anyway, I've been digging deep into this. Going to write a follow-up story for Truck News in the next week or so about how to prevent this. But there are laws in the province of Ontario, and they're unique to Ontario, nowhere else in Canada, and nowhere in the U.S. that I'm aware of, that wheel technicians, people who put wheels back on trucks or take them off trucks, have to be certified. So with that certification, presumably comes the knowledge of how to put wheels back on, how to tighten them properly, how to make sure the installation is done correctly. And in this case, again, I'm no expert here, just an armchair quarterback. But it sure looks like whoever put those wheels on just torqued the crap out of them and sent the truck back out. So this poor driver now is on the hook for a fine. We don't know how much it is, at least $2,000, because we've got this ridiculous, absolute liability fine structure here, offense structure here in Ontario. It's just crazy.
I'm actually on your side before I say what I'm going to say, Jim. I'm in agreement with you. So the counter argument would be, look, you're a driver, you have to do a pre-trip, and sometimes that pre-trip even includes when stuff rolls off, when you actually bring something in for maintenance. There are two things that are wrong here with this, though. Number one, the first of which is, how do you exactly check to make sure it's been screwed on too tight? And is that something you would think about, especially since in Ontario, as you point out, these people are supposed to be certified in their ability to reattach a tire? And like I said, I'm kind of with you here. Is there any mitigation here, though? Is there any way of kind of being like, through the certification process, and maybe this catches on, where they have to eat the fine, as opposed to the driver having to kind of eat this as well. Like I said, I'm with you, but I want to say what the counter is going to be. Well, you should have checked. Yes, but why should I check after it rolls off from a technician who is supposed to be certified and making sure that in fact has been attached properly? Where are you on that?
Well, here's the deal. The driver is responsible for their trip inspection, as we all know. So if the driver does a diligent trip inspection, I'll give the driver the benefit of the doubt here, looks at that wheel, when he picked the trailer up, my guess is everything looked absolutely fine. The wheels were on, the nuts were in place. You can't tell how tight they are by looking at them or by turning them by hand. The only way to check is to put a torque wrench on the wheel, every nut on every wheel on every truck, which of course would take forever. But the other problem there is that drivers, by virtue of the fact that they're not certified, are actually not permitted to take a torque wrench to a wheel and check. They're not allowed to do that. So they've eliminated any possibility of a driver even going through extraordinary lengths to make sure that his wheels are tight to do those checks, because it's illegal for them to do it.
So the very thing that would allow you to actually truly be responsible, where you would actually know that something was wrong, you can't do because that's illegal as well.
Correct. Yeah, that's the way it works. So according to the OPP, I talked to Kerry Schmidt. He's sort of the face of OPP on Twitter when it comes to highway traffic safety. He told me that at the scene, they will charge the driver because he's standing there. You can write him a ticket physically. And if the investigation at roadside suggests that maybe there's some malfeasance on the part of the installer, investigators will go up the chain and say, so who put this wheel on? We need to talk to them. There'll be maintenance records, of course, to show that the work was done by, Bob's Trailer Service or whatever. So they'll go knocking on the door and say, let's see your technician certifications, and let's see the bills for this particular job, and let's see who did it, and let's try and find out what happened. So there is a possibility. It's still to come. We'll never hear about it because it's gone from the news cycle now. If the wheel installer or the wheel installer's employer is charged with some part of this violation as well. Interestingly, I found this out by doing a bit of research. If the wheel installer if they decide the wheel installer did something wrong, didn't do it properly, they're liable for a fine of no more than $400. They're charged under a different part of the Highway Traffic Act. Their fine is not to exceed $400, whereas the driver is on the hook for a fine that starts at $2,000
and can finally land at 20. And can finally land at 20. This is an existential question as well too, because the thing is, this goes beyond lug nuts. This goes beyond Ontario. This goes beyond Canada into North America. And it's an ongoing problem, because the problem is where the driver sits, and why he or she should be treated with more respect than they in fact are, is that it's, as your friend told you, it's possible to trace this back to the point of, contact. But often drivers find themselves being held responsible, being the point of receiving the fine, the ticket, the violation, the threat to their well-being and their way of life, when other people within the supply chain are actually the responsible parties for it. And we continue to wrestle with this in one form or another, this being the most recent example, where drivers become, I don't know if we're getting really complex about it, they become both the sign and the signifier of trucking, and any sort of grievance against trucking gets taken out almost exclusively on the driver until you start getting into financial investigations about the way businesses are run. And I'm just kind of curious, is there any discussion from what you've talked about of changing the way this goes about doing this, and how do we remove the if in fact the guy who put the tire on is discovered to be the one who was at fault, and they get the $400 fine, does the driver still have to pay the $2,000?
That's a good question, and I can't answer that. I don't know.
Right.
Presumably, yes. But I should add here, too, of the 18 or so wheel-offs that I was able to find on the OPP's Twitter feed, a lot of them didn't just happen. I mean, these things have been loose for some time. You can usually tell when you look at the wheel that's come off the truck, and the bolt holes are all distorted and elongated. And there's plenty of evidence to suggest that this is an old loose wheel, not a new one. So I will say, and drivers do deserve some criticism here. Mm-hmm. If you don't see a wheel in that kind of condition on a pre-trip, then you're not doing a very good pre-trip. And in that case, then yes, the drivers do need to be held responsible for a wheel coming off if it was clearly obvious that it had been loose for some time. It didn't just happen that morning. So there's the other side of the coin too, and drivers do deserve some share of the blame. But I wrote about this one because clearly the driver didn't deserve it.
No. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. No,
so,
I don't think anybody, including drivers, feels that it's, that drivers shouldn't be held responsible for the things they should be held responsible for, particularly when it comes to the daily maintenance of their truck by a simple pre-trip that does all that it's supposed to do. But man, it's tough enough, man. And this might be one of those cases where this guy might have done every single thing right, and it's like I can't even check to see if the tire's been put on properly. I have no idea, and even if I wanted to check, I can't. It's illegal.
You may not even know that the tire had just been serviced.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless somebody told him, pick up a truck at the repair shop. If it was sitting back in the lineup at the yard, he may not even know about the brake job.
And that becomes a constant refrain, and I'm sure, like a lot of our listeners out there could probably tell you, the number of times they've been blamed for things where they just want to tell the person on the side of the road, you have no idea. I have nothing to do with that. I literally have nothing to do with that. Yep. And I did my pre-trip properly. I did my pre-trip. The lugs were on. They were there. They were fine. What do you want me to tell you? I can't be screwing around with that tire. I mean, that's another thing too. Do you really want to be even if you're doing it on the slide? Do you really want to screw around with your equipment if you're coming off of a lot?
No.
I mean, that's exactly it.
No.
That's exactly it.
A wrench on a wheel? No way.
Yeah, no way, man. Because the moment you put the wrench on the wheel, if anything goes wrong, it doesn't matter what happens before. You're now to blame. Jim Park, Joanne, Ritchie have joined us as they always do. For Canada Calling here into the arms of America. It's good to have you back. Happy New Year. Enjoy the snow, Joanne. Jim, enjoy that balmy freezing weather. We will talk again with you guys sooner rather than later. We'll have this posted a little bit later on. We'll talk about that as well later on this show and on the week that is to come. Thank you both. Go have a great day and do good work.
Good to talk
Take care,
to you.
everybody.
And, Happy New Year to all.
Thank you both. Jim and Joanne, of course, can be found at obac.ca. Colorful people with a large background in trucking and bigger hearts than even that. Speaking of going from one place to another, from the cold north of the border, all the way down to the nation's capital. Bryce Mongeon is coming up here in a second. I'm going to go grab some coffee, Dre. I'll be right back. You guys get a cup of coffee, too. Settle in, take that breath. Washington Trucking Week is upon us before you even know it.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
Give us a like, give us a subscribe, because we are all the Road Gang. You're the Road Gang. This is the Road Gang.
Road Gang Radio on iHeartRadio. You can find us also on YouTube, where our good friends are yakking it up, including the touchdown Terrapin herself, Tara Garris. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us
hello, T.
in the chat. Thank you, Trucker Poston, for telling our friend hello. Hey, Joe J. Hey, Marshall. Hope you guys are enjoying whatever Marshall is serving up on his particular platter. I got to tell you, man, there is something kind of fantastic. You know, Marshall's a big smoker of cigars and a big eater of beef, as I am too. I don't get to cigars as much as I like to. You got to make choices. You know what I'm saying? Cigars are a little pricey.
Yeah.
And you can get them cheap, but
I wouldn't do it.
No, I wouldn't do it. Wouldn't do it. Wouldn't want to do it. Wouldn't want to do it.
Unless you want to go around here in New Orleans and get a hand roll for a good price.
I got some of that stuff going on over there, by the way. We're going to be talking the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill, but it's going to be more of kind of making the sausage thing that's coming up here in short order. Speaking, by the way, before we actually make that pivot, give me a pivot, Dre.
I will give you a pivot. Oh, a pivot or like a pivot song?
No, just give me a
pivot.
Pivot. Yeah, I actually do have to point out the fact that our good friends Scott and Ashley of OOIDA are going to be here in short order immediately after this show. There are some good things going on in Ohio with regard to trucking. One example, a new bipartisan group in the State House that is dedicated specifically to trucking issues. It's the brainchild of State Rep Jack Daniels, a trucker-turned-legislator. He joins the show, joins Ashley and Scott in an encore presentation to talk about that transition. The Ohio Trucking Caucus and more, plus Danielle, the fraud girl Spinelli, breaks down the latest schemes going around with tips on staying off fraudsters' radars. You all know Bryce Mongeon, of course. He is the Director of Legislative Affairs for OOIDA. And I like these kind of episodes. Bryce, good morning to you, by the way, my friend.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for having us on.
And I really love the idea of talking process because I really, I think that, if you are an owner-operator, if you are a small business owner in the trucking space, that it's important to understand the process of how this stuff gets done as much as what is going to go in, what we would like in, what we would like to see gone. But to really understand what it takes to actually do something like the reauthorization, it's really a matter of also understanding what this is at its basic level, how it gets put together, and how things sometimes that everybody wants end up not being in it, and how sometimes things that nobody wants end up being in it. So let's just kind of start with a little bit of 101 about what the Highway Surface Reauthorization, Transportation Reauthorization Bill is, and why it's so important to your members and to truckers in general.
Yeah, so the Surface Transportation Reauthorization is kind of like the Super Bowl of trucking legislation. This is where all the policies we care about, both good and bad, have their opportunity to get passed through Congress. And, like many other issues in Congress, you don't usually see like one standalone bill make it through the process. It's not unique to transportation, but a lot of other areas, they kind of debate bills, package them together, and that's what gets through because, ultimately floor time's limited, members' attention is limited, so that the best way to do it is kind of do this all at once. So much of what we do is behind the scenes, especially these bills happen just about every 5 years. And so It may seem at times like not a whole lot is getting done in Congress, and you would be right in a lot of cases. But just because nothing is getting through Congress, just because bills aren't being passed, doesn't mean that things aren't being done, things aren't being discussed. So what we've been doing for the last really almost 5 years now since the last highway bill, last infrastructure bill was passed, was talking to lawmakers, getting legislation introduced, building support for legislation, telling legislators what we don't want in the next highway bill, and getting ready for this for the committees of jurisdiction to start marking up these bills, releasing texts, and putting them through the process.
Yeah, and okay, so now that's kind of the 30,000-foot view. Can you drop us a little further down? Can you drop us into what that looks like, strategizing that, how you guys kind of set your priorities? And look, everything is important. I understand that. But there are times where and you don't have to like say which ones are which. I don't want you giving away your secret sauce. But how you make a decision of we're really going to make sure that these three things, beyond all reason, these three things happen and these two things don't. There's other stuff that we care about, but these 5 issues are like tantamount to everything else. How do you kind of strategize with the team and with your members to figure out how to take that approach?
Yeah, it's both kind of an art and a science. We're always taking feedback from our members. That's what I really love about working at OOIDA is we are talking to truckers and talking to our members every day, so we hear what's going on. We hear what's going on out on the road. So it's through surveys of our members, through what we're hearing from calls into our office. But also obviously just from monitoring kind of the news, seeing what reports are coming out, and see what other issues are cropping up. To take one specific example, this will be a surprise to absolutely nobody, but our top priority heading into this highway bill is the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, which would dedicate funding for the expansion of truck parking capacity. That's an issue that's been going on for really decades now, and we have made clear to Congress that this is an absolutely 100% must get done in the next highway bill. So, when you talk about what's most important, what we need to see, what we're telling members, we have made clear that this is something that just absolutely needs to get done this time around. And that's an issue. Obviously, it kind of takes all those different things that I mentioned. We hear it from members. You see the news stories. You see reports from state and local government. This is really a perfect example of one where there's plenty of evidence of why it needs to get done. And with the legislation that we have introduced to Congress, it's also a good example of how we've been working this bill for a number of years, have a lot of members who are co-sponsors of the bill, which is a fancy way of saying they've officially endorsed it. So that is our top priority heading into this highway reauthorization, and I think a good example of how things work or should hopefully work through this process.
The other thing is, too, and this goes back to it, this is something that you're talking about right now that is doable, meaning it's not just something that can be done, it's something that possibly can be enacted. There's a big difference, by the way, between those two things. Lots of stuff that can be done, but if nobody passes a bill and nobody passes a law, it ain't happening. And sometimes the chances of that making its way into the highway reauthorization bill are not very good. So you also have to make those choices, too. You might have pressing needs, but given the political makeup of the body at that time, it doesn't do the trick. So there's also that kind of thing, too, that goes into the thinking about your strategy. It's not just what the priority is, because sometimes the worst thing you can do is bring up the priority to an unfriendly audience, and then they end up doing something in the exact opposite. But this is a case where a lot of people are getting behind you and you feel like you just need to win some people over, that the legislators become sometimes your most effective ally in getting other people to come along, correct?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. The truck parking is a perfect example. Congressman Mike Boss from Illinois has been a champion on this now for a number of years, and it really is incredible, this issue, how it's just become part of the conversation, especially on the House T&I committee, where there's really just broad agreement that something needs to be done. So we're in a very good position on the House side with this legislation, and you're right, we've got tons of buy-in, and we're in a situation where members are like, yes, yeah, we need to get this done. I know about this truck parking issue, and this is something that we need to get done in the next highway bill.
Well, and in many ways, strategically, what you guys have accomplished, and don't worry, I'm comparing apples to oranges, but strategically, it's the same thing. So we talked about the zombie that was the driver shortage myth, the idea that, but you have to admit they did a good job in regards to beating that drum to the point where even people who weren't in the supply chain directly just accepted it as kind of what we would call, these zombie ideas of like, well, everybody just kind of accepts that when it in fact is not the truth. But what they did do very well is they just kept on it like a mantra. And they also used it as a giant umbrella to justify a lot of really bad stuff, paging non-domiciled CDLs, paging non-domiciled CDLs. But this is a case with parking where you guys kind of flipped the narrative in the sense that you did the same strategic approach where you just kind of made it trucking for dummies. Like, forget everything else. We got other stuff we're going to deal with. We got your stats. We'll talk about that. But as far as you people are concerned, gosh darn it, we need some parking around here. And that's kind of the way you get this accomplished, which is why it's so important for your people listening and your members to know who their state reps are, know their state senators are, and be able to go to them and say, hey, we got a parking problem, dude. That's really what the strategy is here, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, everyone loves to be able to go up to Capitol Hill and say, we have a common sense solution to a problem. You know, having worked on the Hill a number of years ago now, but, you know, everyone wants to come in and say, you know, this is just so straightforward. It's clearly an issue, and we have the perfect, simple, easy solution to fix it. So that's how everyone tries to sell everything. But obviously, we believe with truck parking, it really is that straightforward. You have studies showing one space for every 11 trucks on the road, and we know there needs to be more truck parking spaces, and that costs money. So again, we're not reinventing the wheel, not talking about anything crazy. Another example, too, I think, you know, as you're mentioning, and how truckers can get involved, how OOIDA members can get involved. Restroom access is another one where we've tried to present this, which is what it is, a very simple solution. We've got legislation, the Trucker Bathroom Access Act, that basically says if you're a business and you have a bathroom that's available to employees or customers, when a trucker is picking up or delivering at your facility, truckers have the right to use that restroom. And we point to the fact that Washington State has enacted basically the same legislation, and it has worked out well. Guy hasn't fallen there, and the problem's kind of taken care of itself. So that's another issue where we talk about it in terms of here, it's common sense, and we want to make sure our members and old truckers are engaged on this because it's easy, especially when relatively easy to talk about as a common sense issue. You know, you start talking about some other things where you're, you know, talking about broker transparency or all these other things where you start getting into kind of specific legal regulations and all that. It gets a little complicated. But when you're talking about an issue like truck parking or needing to use a bathroom, that's something that everybody can understand.
Well, the other thing is, too, you bring up another topic for our friends out there, which is strategic targeting. The idea that are you guys able to, you know, figure out where something that, you know, the states are the great laboratories of democracy. So are you guys able to say, like in the case of Washington is a great example here, where you not cast around, but kind of look at certain states and their energies and say, you know, that would be a great state to test a pilot program about this bathroom plan that we have? Or do you hear somebody's doing that and then shift your attention to make sure it gets across the finish line and then keep a close eye on how that particular program plays out? It's happening with parking, by the way. This is much more organic than we're describing it, of course, guys. But what's happening in Pennsylvania and Ohio with parking right now is becoming a really great example that it can be done right, and there might be a national model for it.
Yeah, absolutely. It cuts both ways. There's some issues where we are more proactive on the state level, and others where maybe other people are taking the lead and we're part of that coalition. I think the restroom access was one where we were part of that conversation, working with some more local folks. But once we saw that was in place, obviously that was a great opportunity to bring that up here to the federal level. So it's a spectrum of how much it is us seeing an opportunity state taking the lead, how much of it is other folks working with us. It really all depends, but we are always on the lookout for those kind of issues. And you know, too, something to think about as you're kind of talking about strategery here is you've got ranking member Rick Larson is from Washington, the top Democrat on the T&I committee, and you've got Senator Maria Cantwell's from Washington, the top Democrat on the Senate Commerce Committee. So it's nice when you have those things kind of line up, too, when you have lawmakers who are in positions of power have an interest tied back to their state. That's something that we're always looking for as well.
Well, the other thing is, there is nothing better than when you bring up a point that's important to you and a ranking committee member or a person in the majority party says, I can speak to this. And they can speak to it positively. Okay, all of that, by the way, was a long-form way of being able to kind of skip all of that when we get to the other stuff here now. So we've talked about parking, we've talked about bathroom stuff. Now let's talk about the agenda, what you guys are focused on along with the parking and the bathroom stuff, what you're hoping this bill produces.
Yeah, and you talked about before, kind of reading the political landscape, seeing where there's an opportunity to be successful. Fighting and finally kind of killing the possibility of a speed limiter mandate is something we're hoping to get done in this highway bill. So, as I'm sure most people listening know, the Trump administration, US DOT, and FMCSA announced that they were rescinding and pulling back the on-again, off-again speed limiter rulemaking. But what we want to do is pass legislation that prohibits FMCSA and DOT from ever considering this again in the future. And given that you have Republican majorities in both the Senate and in the House and a Republican president, we think this is a good opportunity to get this legislation and get this provision included in a highway bill. It's if you were to have split control or Democratic control, your odds of getting something like this through are probably not as likely. But we think now is a good opportunity to get this one done.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing too. We talk about striking while the iron is hot. This is such a crucial moment here. If this one in particular, like the parking stuff, you're going to get both sides of the equation. The bathroom stuff, you're going to get both sides of the equation. Everybody wants to be a friend of the working man. Let him use a can. We can get down with that, But this is one of those opportunities where if you don't take advantage of this now. As a matter of fact, right now would be a really good time, given the way the tea leaves are looking for the rest of the year, to really kind of get on top of this and do it as quickly as possible to get that done. Okay, so we got parking, we got the speed limiter, put a stake through its heart, we got bathroom access. What else?
Yeah, we are looking at. We saw legislation that was recently introduced by Congresswoman Hageman from Wyoming, to basically give an air mile radius, 150 air mile radius exemption for younger drivers to operate interstate. Getting back to, you mentioned earlier, obviously the whole driver shortage myth that's been peddled for years. Part of the way that supporters of that myth have been able to kind of try and push for younger drivers is co-opt more local and regional businesses that do have a real issue where, if you're operating in the Kansas City metro region, you can't go right over the border. You can't have a younger driver go right over the border. So we recognize that's a real issue and think that there's a real problem to solve there. So we're supportive of legislation from Congresswoman Hageman that would give similar to other exemptions, 150 air mile radius for younger drivers under 21 to operate in interstate commerce, so long as they stay within that radius and so long as they basically are back home every night. So we think that's a smart way of addressing a regulation that doesn't make sense in some circumstances without blowing the doors open to younger drivers in the long-haul industry, creating a whole lot of safety issues. Another issue we're looking to build on, too, is with all the focus recently on English language proficiency, non-domiciled CDLs, is bolstering minimum training requirements, having some sort of mandatory behind-the-wheel training for new drivers. It's really, we believe it's great that lawmakers are finally looking at, who are we giving licenses to? How safe are they really? And certainly driving history and being able to speak English are a critical component of that. But there's a lot more that needs to be done. And that bare minimum of 30 hours behind the wheel for new drivers would go a long way to make sure that all our drivers are more safe heading into the industry. So, what we're looking at is, safety issues, how to make, obviously, roads safer, how to make drivers safer, how to improve regulations to allow people to be more efficient in a safe way. The kind of stuff that we're talking about all the time.
So there's a lot of stuff cooking up here in regards to this. How long is this process going to take? When can we expect real kind of votes, real kind of movement on this? That's always the biggest question, is it not?
Yeah. And we will see the like most things that Congress does. It usually takes longer than whatever they tell you the first time it's going to be. The original plan was to have House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee wanted to have this bill, at least the text released, and kind of start considering it in committee by the end of 2025. We are obviously here in 2026, still don't have the bill. The government shut down some other things last year, I think kind of slowed their work down. Their intent still is to start working on this bill, having committee consider it at the beginning of this year in the first few months here. We will see how that timeline holds up. Looking, again, bigger picture,
There's other considerations for Congress outside of this highway reauthorization process. It's January right now. It's hard to believe you're already talking about it, but you have midterm elections coming up at the end of this year. So as the calendar starts to creep towards that, legislative activities generally starts to fall off. But at the same time, Congress needs to do something because the highway bill, the current highway bill, the current infrastructure bill expires at the end of September. So they need to do something to make sure that infrastructure funding continues and to do something to make sure that all of these policies are addressed. So they've got a couple different competing timelines, a couple different competing interests. We will see how much moves forward here at the beginning of the year, but the stated intent from the committees is to start working on it really here, start seeing some legislative text in the next month or two.
Is there any, by the way, and of course this is the main event, it's the Super Bowl, by the way, is there anything else percolating? That's the other thing, too, is that you always have to be careful, too, because somebody's always going to slip something over the fence. Something ends up in a bill that maybe not directly impacts trucking, but something gets put in there. Is there anything you guys are keeping your eyes on just to make sure that nobody gets one past you while you kind of focus your attention here?
Yeah, there's kind of two things that jump to my mind. The first is something we've always fought against, which is increases to minimum insurance levels.
Right.
That just would be a death sentence for our members, increasing costs with absolutely no documented reason, no evidence to do it. Getting back to the political lay of the land, we don't think it's likely that anything like that would sneak through, but we always want to be on the lookout for that, and we're playing defense on that all the time because that is an absolute red line. And the other issue where, I don't think this is something that's going to be able to come together before the next highway bill, but there's still continued interest in autonomous vehicles, development of AVs, that kind of stuff. So Congress has tried to put some sort of reforms to expand the use of AVs, put more ways for the developers of these vehicles to operate them on the road. There was a hearing 2 days ago, earlier this week, where they considered some legislation on that in the Energy and Commerce Committee, so not T&I, but a different committee. We'll see if anything comes together on that. I'm skeptical that it will, but it's still something we're keeping a very close eye on.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, too. Boy, talk about front burner, back burner, all that kind of stuff. That's the other process question I wanted to ask you about. So we know where your attention's focused. We've talked about the, and by the way, it kind of worked out perfectly. It was 2 for, 2 against, so, looking to prevent those speed limiters while at the same time making sure that the parking and the bathroom access and the other items are there. But you've also got to do another thing, which is, at the same time, looking out for what we're talking about right now in regards to AV, AV and all that kind of stuff. How do you make sure that you're putting together a game plan in case it rears its ugly head? Because sometimes people will work on stuff quietly, and then some think tank will actually basically turn out a plan to show you how you can put AVs out there immediately and not subject them to any of the rules or regulations that truck drivers do. How are you guys set up to be able to rapidly respond to something that develops from the back burner to the front burner in an awful hurry?
Yeah, that is really why we have our presence here in Washington, D.C., and really one of the biggest things that OOIDA does for our members is providing that presence, providing that relationship, and providing that knowledge with Congress, and with the agencies on the regulatory side, because you're absolutely right. From the outside, it's kind of like, wait, what's happening? What's moving? But I think the thing that we do really well is keeping lawmakers informed. And I think that's something we pride ourselves on, is being, reliable people who can provide good information, provide honest information. And so that's a two-way street, too, because when legislative items are working their way through the process, when proposals are being floated, we also get asked for feedback on what do we think about this or how would it work. So it really is so critical what we do, just being here, being part of the conversation, to make sure that we're involved in everything, to make sure that we are not caught off guard by anything that comes up.
The secret of the 3, by the way, 3 people can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead. And so one of the things about Washington, D.C., though, is the fact that even when somebody tries to keep something close to the vest, unless you are Alexander Hamilton at the Treasury, essentially doing everything for yourself and by yourself, There's always bits and pieces of information, even when somebody's cooking up something behind the scenes that will eventually leak their way. It's why people don't understand. It's why people have presences in Washington, D.C., because you're not, you make friends who you do favors for, and at some point somebody shows up and says, hey, Bryce, just a heads up, they got something cooking with AVs, and they're keeping it real close to the vest. But there's some stuff I heard that you might want to get on top of right now before they get too far ahead of you guys. And that's part of the game as well, too. I don't want to sound so cynical because it's not. It's a lot of people with a lot of different competing interests, and you got to make sure that your interests are represented. Correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Then certainly a lot of times there are people who give, lobbying in Washington, D.C. a bad name, and some of that's for a good reason. But I really do believe in what we do here, and I'll say again, what I love about what we're able to do is take that message from our members, the truth from what we're hearing out on the road, and keep lawmakers informed, and let them know how they can help small business truckers. Again, I think that's why we're able to have those good relationships with people, is because we're going to tell them one way or another where we stand. We're not going to, not trying to pull a fast one on anyone. We're not going to, mislead you or anything, but I think by being honest operators and just letting people know what it means for truckers back in their district goes a long way. So it is very important, and you don't want to get too cynical or get too dismissive of it, because again, you hear things that aren't so great all the time, but we really do strive to make sure that the message directly from our members is reaching lawmakers.
And by the way, this kind of puts a nice little button on this because it's been kind of popping up all over the place. The trucking caucus as well is a really good start in the right direction, isn't it? Because it is. Yeah. I was surprised that there wasn't one in existence. So when it finally came, looks like it's going to come to being. This is going to be really helpful too, because it means that other members can then speak with those members and get a sense of what's going on in the industry. Correct?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's really going to be a great forum to have discussions about the issues that we're talking about now, and to air our interests on this and have our interests heard, and make sure that folks know the small business perspective on trucking issues, because as we've been talking about, it's just so important that lawmakers are informed on this, and we're excited that Congressman Taylor's taken an interest in this. He's really gotten involved with a number of trucking issues throughout the past year, so we're excited about that. I know Congresswoman Hageman as well is very involved in the caucus, so we think that there's a really good potential for this for the trucking caucus.
By the way, Trucker Bosun on the chat says 150-mile radius would also work well for St. Louis, Chicago, Detroit, Toledo, and other areas like that. And our good friend Marshall is still smoking cigars, which too many people still do in Washington at all those cigar bars, which you have to find your way into from time to time. Bryce Mongeon has joined us as he is off to do here on Washington Trucking Week. Guys, go to OOIDA. They are on all the socials and all the platforms, including Fighting for Truckers as well. Go have a great weekend, my friend. We'll talk soon.
Thank you so much. You too.
All right, my friend. Guys, roll out the red carpet. Lasso the finest calf, because the prodigal daughter is coming home. She's coming home, by the way. You give us a call at 615-292-6366.
Man, that number is 615-292-NEMO.
Because it means Lindsay Lawler is on the way. We've gone about the business.
Are you breathing through your nose? You can hear the boogers in mine.
That is the only problem about breathing through your nose on a mic. Everyone hears everything all up in your business up there, especially in the winter months. So a little tricky, but still, listen, if it benefits you, what's good for the goose
is good for the gander. Don't gander me, baby. Don't gander me. Lindsay Lawler is not a gander. She's a goose. And we love having goose.
Ain't that the truth?
We love having them geese around, by the way. We're going to slide into this break, by the way. Lots of fun stuff to talk about, including a Western that made Megan Kate Nelson want to go screaming from the building. Can't wait.
It made her want to do drugs. Let's be honest. It made her want to do drugs.
Let's just drop a little bit of that acid. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of LSD. You know what I'm saying? A little bit. I like to put a little bit of that Mary Do You Wanna and dip it in liquid acid and give it a little smoky treat.
Welcome to Road Gang Radio.
I'm jumping off a building. I took the PCP. What are you talking about? We'll be back on the other side. There's a kid with the tuba. We like him very much. We like Lindsay very much. We like Dre very much. We like Dean Croke very much. Bryce Mongeon and our Canadian friends. You're next.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off.
Again.
But we're still rolling.
Again.
Oh, yeah.
I love her laugh. I love her laugh. I love Claire's laugh.
We love you.
I heard it a whole bunch of times this morning, as a matter of fact, and I was absolutely thrilled. I had a great morning.
You did?
I had a great morning.
Why? Tell me why.
So 3 o'clock. Yesterday evening. Actually, not even evening, late afternoon. I talked to our good friends over at Bennett Trucking, had a conversation with them. Interesting conversation going on there. And
did you talk about me at all?
We did, actually.
Oh, good.
I talked about you.
All right, go on.
I got a chance, though, because Claire called, and Claire's got syllabi due for her classes that Claire's teaching over at Cal Arts coming up right around the corner. And had asked me to look over them, and I hadn't gotten them yet. And Claire was very stressed out.
Can't look over what you don't have.
Yeah, Claire was very stressed out, saying I'm behind, and I don't want to put any stress on you, but I'm not going to get this done until very late, and I know you've got to get your sleep. I said, hold on. I said, it's 6 o'clock. I said, I'm tired. I'm going to eat dinner with my parents. Go for a very long walk. I can be in bed by 7:45. I said, are we talking like 1 o'clock in the morning your time? And Claire went, yeah. I said, well, then it's not a problem. I said, I will get in bed at 8, before 8, right around 8, and I will be happy to wake up at 3 a.m. my time. It doesn't mean I'm getting up that much earlier than I would have, and work with you on this thing. I said, just make sure when I wake up that the documents are there. And so I went to bed, and literally within like 10 after 8, quarter after 8, I was pretty much aware of the fact that I was gone, and I kind of slipped under. I slipped under it, and out I went. Got up, sat down with her, and just had the best hour and a half with Claire. I mean, just the two of us. And you had a conversation with me the other day on the phone where you said it's one of the best conversations we ever had, where we didn't talk about the stuff that's always on our mind, right? Just a chance to be me again, and laughing and having a really good time. And it just started the day off perfectly. It just made it absolute perfection. And so I don't have any complaints whatsoever. I started off the day in the best of moods, which means I got my brain warmed up. The other kind of benefit was because Claire kept saying, I know you got to get to work and start prepping for your show. I said, I did a little bit of the prep before I left work yesterday. But the big thing was, I told her, I said, you don't realize what you're doing here is you're actually warming my brain up to do the show. Because so much of what we were talking about, Lindsay, was structure and process as opposed to like the details. What she wants to do, she will do with that document. That's up to her, the creativity. But going through how you arrange a class or how you teach something or how you give people information was my bag. And as I was doing it, it was making me think of how the show could be better on this particular morning and all of that stuff. But it was just nice, after all the stress and all the stuff that's gone on over the last year, both externally and internally, be able to sit down and, to get to the end and get the, you ever had a tough time with Seamus or somebody you really care about, and then though what ends up happening, which is wonderful, is you'll have a conversation or an interaction that is just like the best part of who you both were, to the point where somebody sends a text afterwards being like, that was fun. We should
do that a lot
more often.
We do that a lot, and have to. Do you and Claire ever do this? It's have to remind each other that we're on each other's team. Like, for instance, going to bed last night, I looked over and Seamus was on his phone and he had Instagram up. Now listen, I've done that. I probably did it a couple nights prior. But because we had on Dwayne a couple days ago, that's in my brain. You cannot do that. All the positive things. And I said to him, and I said it came out judgy, I admit. But I said, that's literally the worst thing you could do right before you go to bed. And he goes, I hate it when you talk to me like that. And I was like, okay, you're right. It came out wrong. But I'm like, I'm literally not saying it in a judgy way. He's like, you did it. And I'm like, I know. I'm bringing it up as a conversation because I know you have said you don't sleep well. And I'm just pointing out this is part of the reason. Now, my delivery was off. However, we ended up going to bed on a kinder note because I was like, we are on the same team. We are on the same team, but we have to remind each other that a lot. Especially, and we don't work we're similar to you and Claire, and that we don't work in the exact same industry, but we work in the same, kind of umbrella of entertainment and media in general. And so we have different skills, we have different insights, but we have the same kind of mentality and the same kind of stresses and joys as far as what that brings on. But we will, and we kind of get combative when we start talking about work sometimes, whether it's mine or his. And then we have to both stop and be like, it's because I want you to do so good and I want you to do these, it's like, I love you so much and that's why I have to kill you. That's what it feels like sometimes.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I do. I absolutely know what you mean. And it's one of those things too, where you have to kind of remind. The other thing is too, that was so important about last night, and I think you can relate to this as well, and it ties into what you just said, is the fact that you've often got to remind yourself, stop asking for help from people for the things that they can help you with, and ask them for help in the places that they can. And last night was a great example of both of us being to help each other in that way. The other thing is, too, is you can't have it both ways. And I think that's a really good point that you make. Like, you can't tell me you have a problem sleeping, and now I've given you a really clear solution that a lot of people tested, have tried this. It works. So turn the damn phone off. Get off of Instagram. Put it on a soundscape, let it put you to sleep. Speaking of not putting us to sleep, before we kind of run too far here, one of our favorite people in the whole wide world is waiting for us. I'm going to ask Dre to pivot, and take us away. Johnny Depp, Bobby Mitchum, and Jimmy Jarmusch have cooked up a movie we're going to be talking about today on Western of the Month called Dead Man, picked by Lindsay, a movie I'd seen before but had not
Sorry,
revisited.
Megan Kate.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Don't be sorry.
Sorry,
Don't
no.
be sorry. Interesting conversation. And, of course, music by Neil Young. With all of that in mind, Lindsay, would you do the honors of introducing the lady who will be talking about Dead Man with us this morning?
I will, and I have to tell her I love her. I'm sorry, and welcome back. But Megan Kate, before we dive into the movie, of course, Megan Kate, one of our favorite monthly contributors around here. She's a writer and a historian. She's written about the Civil War, U.S. Western history, American culture for all kinds of publications. She's got a new book coming out very soon, The Westerners, this spring. So excited about it. She is one of the smartest people I know. But you'd never know. Okay, now how I said that sounds bad. I mean it in a sense that she's so relatable too and likable too. You know, some of those smarty pants people where you're like, oh, you're such a know-it-all and I just don't want to be around you. Not Megan Kate.
I'm in the room.
Yeah, I'm looking at you. No, she is so smart and also so kind and insightful, and you just make everything so relatable, and I think that's why you're my favorite. So please make welcome back to the show, as we do every month, the incomparable Megan Kate Nelson. Good morning, friend.
Oh, good morning, my friends. I should correct Jimmy though, because I am no lady.
Who you calling a lady?
I want to give you a big
Who
hand.
are you calling?
I want to give you a big hand for the little lady. That's what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? A little Western of the Month that we did a long time ago.
Who you calling a lady?
Who you calling a lady?
I'm
going
to take care of some bureaucratic business with this movie and make it really quick. That a guy shows up for a job that he doesn't get, and then he sleeps with a prostitute who then gets in the way of a bullet meant for him, and by doing that sets off a revenge tale that also involves very strange Native Americans who live in both worlds, and Bob Mitchum sends 3 of the most vicious killers out to kill the guy who killed his son. That's Dead Man. That's the basic premise. How'd I do?
Well,
basically,
you forgot to say filmed in black and white.
All right.
Totally pretentious. And very alienating. Those are going to be my...
I've already prepared my responses based on what I knew your responses were going to be, actually.
I know. Well, and I looked up reviews of the movie because I was just very much interested in what the response was back in the mid-90s. And Roger Ebert, I think it was, said, I can tell that Jim Jarmusch is trying to get at something, but I don't know what it is. So that's what it felt like, the whole movie. But I did enjoy looking at Johnny Depp's face.
Yes. Jim, I'm going to let you start and say, what do you think Jim was trying to get at?
Well, okay. So in order to understand this movie, by the way, and when I'm giving people a list of westerns I want them to look at, this is not one of them. But what I think Jarmusch is trying to do, and anybody who doesn't know Jim Jarmusch's work, he is one of the first great independent filmmakers in America in regards to getting some sort of widespread commercial appeal, some sort of acceptance among the critical class, and with a kind of cult following of an audience. Jarmusch's films, which are most famously known for Down by Law, which is the one that really got him started. The first couple of movies are these very, very static, very, very kind of observations of character. They're less about plot and more about people hanging around and kind of being themselves and then going from location to location to location until finally the movie simply just ends. And you'd be like, well, why would I want to watch that? Because you have people like Tom Waits and Roberto Benigni rolling around inside of them. And what he does is he gives people space in these character studies to be a character, if that makes sense, to really kind of, giving Roberto Benigni a chance to be a maniac, giving Tom Waits a chance to be his gravelly voiced self and all that stuff. So the problem is that you're then taking that and trying to put that into a world that is so plot-driven with a Western. So there are moments that are funny, and absolutely you get a sense of what he's going for. So Robert Mitchum plays this essentially tycoon who hires 3 killers to go hunt down Johnny Depp because he's killed his son. And that scene is terrific when he walks in there and talks to the bear for the entire time. You guys remember that scene, of course, right? Doesn't speak to any of them at first, and then basically tells the entire plot to the bear, and then turns back around and tells these 3 killers that you can't work alone. You've got to go off right now and find this guy and kill him, and everybody's going to get paid a lot of money. Those are the kind of scenes that work terrifically. The problem is they run into scenes where we get the cosmic woo, as it were, the sort of, and there really is a noble savage stuff that goes on here that I think Jim really just misfires here. It's kind of gross, the whole thing with the Native American stuff. It just feels divorced from the reality of what the Native American experience is. So that's kind of my take on it. It's a lot of interesting stuff in it, and it's worth a look, but watch about 20 other really great Westerns first before you watch this. That's my take.
Well, I liked it. Believe it or not.
I do believe it. I believe it.
I don't believe it. Please explain.
I like, and here's, well, maybe I like it. That's just kind of a general statement. But I will say I was watching it, trying to weed through. And actually I was watching it, trying to watch it or take note. I have like 1,000 pages of notes, by the way, from your lens, Megan, because I was thinking, as a historian, this film really kind of violates a historian's contract, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you're trained to look for clarity and look for like identity structures and power of that kind of thing and analyze the cause and effect. And is that fair to say?
That is fair. I mean, I also enjoy a good character study. Like I want to, know about people, and film usually does a really good job of that.
Yeah, fair.
But
well, and yeah. This one doesn't. This one, it's refuses any kind of moral resolution in it, and it blurs a lot of historic. It's and I think that probably I kept thinking that probably to you probably felt really irresponsible or indulgent or even lazy. And so knowing all that, I kept watching it, being like, okay, I already know that that's what's happening. So now let me try to figure out what's positive, I guess, in it. And I feel like it's almost like the film wasn't trying to explain the West, but it was really trying to, whether this was intentional or not, but really trying to dissolve the ego that thinks the West could even be explained. And I think that's why it was interesting to me, because I'm really, Jim and I talk about liminal spaces a lot. I'm sort of obsessed with liminal spaces, and which by the way don't offer a lot of answers or payoffs or anything or clarity. I mean, liminal spaces are all about not having clarity. It's that time I talk about when you're in the hammock and when something's over and next, and you're just kind of in the hammock of what comes next. And so I think that, I don't know, I also really, I relate to death as relationship, not an ending. I'm kind of obsessed with that idea too. And the idea of death as transition. Again, a liminal space almost until the kind of what's next in the ether. And the idea of ancestors being present and the soul continuing on. So for me, that's actually why when I was like, I did a quick research of like, what, with all those themes that I love, what kind of movie would pop up? And that's what Google gave me. So I don't know. I think like the film's calm, almost indifferent relationship to death didn't disturb me. But I'm also obsessed with indigenous culture as far as how they look at death. So I found it fascinating. I also understand why it's not, why it does have, and why you and I would be watching it from very different lenses as it pertains to what I just said versus you, the scholarly side, and me, the ungrounded side, I guess, if that makes any sense.
Well, no. I mean, I totally appreciate that. And I thought, I agree with you that the death parts of it were quite interesting, and it was very appropriate for those to be quiet and to be, where I'm not sure how many words Johnny Depp actually speaks in this entire film.
And he
those
doesn't
first
need
5 minutes,
to. Don't
he doesn't
talk,
need
Big
to.
Daddy.
He just needs his long bob and his tiny round glasses and his hat, and he just needs to sit there with his cheekbones and look pretty. But the first 5 minutes is totally silent, and except for the sound of the train. And I thought that was an interesting choice. So I was like, okay, this is going to be an interesting movie. But I felt like it was just 100% vibes. Like it was a movie entirely made up of vibes. And so that the plot was, in fact, a Western. And I like your idea about like the West cannot be explained. And we shouldn't be trying to explain it or trying to really position people in it. So I do agree. There were little things. I actually liked Neil Young's contributions.
And how he did it.
I found that, yeah, I don't know if you did. I mean, Lindsay, you're the musician. So, like, what was your take on the kind of sound of the movie?
I think I do want to talk about the music and circle back to it in a minute, but in a second, because first, I love that you just pointed out from a sound perspective, by the way, that it's silent except for the train sound, because that it hit me in the time, but I didn't realize it. It just re-hit me now that you said it, like the magnitude of that when you first sit down to watch a movie, and you're given nothing as far as sound in the beginning, except the power of a train. There's something. I'd love to unpack how intentional that is and what perhaps Jim was trying to accomplish with that.
Jarmusch.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Jarmusch. Yeah.
Yeah. Not Jimmy Mack.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, the first part of that, I actually was like, is he already dead?
Yep.
Like, are we doing the move into the afterlife? Because the train kept moving and he kept falling asleep. He spends a lot of this movie asleep. And every time he would wake up, there would be a different group of people in the train with him. And it did kind of reflect him moving through the West, because by the end, he's there with a bunch of fur trappers and hunters who start shooting buffalo out the train window. And you know how I feel about the geography of the West, but they're passing scenes and he's just looking at them, and it's all different kind of iconic elements of the West. And initially I was like, this makes no geographic sense. Like, where are they actually? But again, that may have been deliberate.
Very much.
In that we are just moving through all different versions of the West. And we're going to get to this other one.
Megan, there are numerous writings about this movie that suggest it's actually set in purgatory, which, by the way, is the ultimate liminal space, if you think about it. I had a couple of. Lindsay actually ended up answering a couple of the questions I was going to ask her really quickly.
And then I do want to talk about Neil Young.
Did you? Yes. Was part of your enjoyment in the film a feeling that you were hanging out or that you were lingering? Meaning that rather than being driven along by plot, you just, because Megan just talked about vibes or the verve of it. Did you feel at times that you were enjoying just the kind of longueurs of it, being like, I'm just here. I'm in this hammock with these people. I'm just kind of spending some time kind of here in this space, enjoying looking at these people, looking at Johnny Depp, hanging out with them, trying to figure out the rhythms. Because one of the things that you go at the train mentioned that Megan just made and you kind of picked up on is that there's a movie called Heaven's Gate by Michael Cimino, and there's a long sequence where Chris Christopherson rolls into Casper, Wyoming. And it's a good 10 minutes before anybody talks until finally somebody comes in and announces they've arrived in Casper. And that train just overwhelms all the sounds, and it really puts you in a time and place. And so I was kind of wondering, Lindsay, did you feel like that what you were enjoying was being in it as opposed to watching it?
That's honestly, that's the only way I've been able to watch Westerns with you guys.
Right.
Is taking it from that perspective, because otherwise it's very foreign from how how my brain works or looks at creativity, I guess. So that is how I've been able to get into Western to be in it.
Well, then
So,
I would
yeah.
make the case that you enjoyed it because you enjoy what is best about Jim Jarmusch, which is a sense of lingering, spending time, being with people, killing time, being in time that kills, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sorry, I just wanted to kind of get that in there because I wanted to ask you that question. That was kind of it. And of course, that brings us back to the music, which of course, in many ways, creates that exact feeling, I think.
It does, and I'll give my musician standpoint, and then certainly Megan, from the historical side, how you think the music went with it, because it's always an interesting juxtaposition when we do a current composer doing music from again, like Neil Young did not live in this time, so like trying to figure that out is interesting. It goes back to we're not supposed to be able to explain the West, so how could you make music for it? And then I think when that happens, you just have to do what you do best as any musician. And one of the things Neil Young does best, he's very improvisational, and that's what he did in this film. So when I looked it up a bit, it's apparently Neil recorded most of the score while he was watching the film. He was sitting on electric guitar, like in real time, watching it, kind of improvising, underscoring it, essentially. And why that stands out to me, I take it like there's I think about a time when there's something I wrote a song called "I'm Okay." It was about a traumatic thing I went through, and my co-writer we were on a writers retreat in Florida, and we walked down to the ocean, and I just started telling him my story about what had happened to me. And Chris Roberts just started playing guitar, underscoring me talking about this thing. And I was thinking about that actually in this film. So it's not like Neil wasn't scoring moments, he was responding to him. It's very emotional, kind of sort of cause and effect, which is very instinctive, not intent. It wasn't like it's similar actually to funny, strange reference, but to Billie Eilish doing the song "What I Was Made For" in the Barbie movie. She watched it. She wrote a Grammy Award-winning song that makes me cry every time I hear it, and it's about Barbie driving her car. But she's if you go back and listen to the lyric, it's so much emotion. So his Neil Young's guitar is really functioning like a voice, not a background in it, and it's. If you think of it that way, I think if anybody's listening, knowing that, going back, it'll change how you hear the music in the film.
Yeah, and it's very unusual, right? Especially compared to a lot of the other scores and the music in Westerns we've watched together, because there aren't any lyrics. It's just, and I think it's just electric guitar, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
And so he's just like striking chords and for a certain amount of time and doing whatever. Lindsay, you will know what this is, but like when the music goes wow, 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 like like however they're manipulating that sound. But
that's with his wah pedal. It's called a wah pedal.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
See, so I was close. So I was like the wah wah
wah wah. You see where they got the name?
Exactly. So I thought that contrast between that kind of sound, which is so not typically or stereotypically Western, and the action in the film was pretty interesting.
It's, by the way,
I like that part of it.
Yeah, it's the genuine definition of melodrama. We hear the words melodrama, we think about people overacting and like grabbing their chest and all that, but the genuine definition of melodrama is simply when you have music. And by the way, melodrama, which was invented in the 19th century, the reason why movies have music playing underneath them, because they found a formula that works, that goes all the way back to the time when there was an orchestra playing under serious plays while the plays were playing out. And in the same way, Neil Young is attempting to do that, which is really, really cool. He's also doing it with a guitar by himself.
Yeah.
We got to take a break, don't we, Lindsay?
Megan, can you stay a few more minutes just because I love you so much?
I can.
I'm not ready to say goodbye.
And by the way, guys, if you want to jump in at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO.
We would love to hear from you. Some of you had great insights. Our good friend Trucker Boaston says it takes cojones to make a black and white movie today and pull it off. Absolutely true. When you do a black and white movie, you better damn well have a good reason, because people go, why is this in black and white? It's a big thing, man. You've got to justify form and content there. A lot of
Same
good
thing
stuff.
when I see it's overdubbed, or when I see it's got subtitles. And it's why I miss out on a lot of great art, because you lose me in the beginning. I'm dumbing it down, I know. Black and white, subtitles, another language. I'm like,
No. I don't think you're dumbing it down, because Marshall says when I watch a movie, I just want to be entertained, and Steve agrees with him, by the way. And by the way, Marshall says that Barbie song applies to a lot of truckers. But Steve says same here. And at the end of the day, Marshall is right and Lindsay is right. If you're not having a good time, then you've gone to the wrong movie. And I hate when people tell me, but you need, this is important. It isn't about you having a good time. Oh, yeah, it is. There's a lot of other things I can do. And I need to have a good time at the movies.
that's why next time, Meg and Kate, we're going to do a lot of mushrooms and try watching this movie again. No, just kidding. Just kidding.
Gotta take a couple
Not
of those.
kidding.
Take a couple of those red pills, get yourself hepped up, and then draw a couple of blue ones. Gotta get on top of you.
Red or blue, red or blue, red or
Which,
blue.
by the way,
red or
is
blue.
really a Johnny Depp thing, because he played Hunter S. Thompson as well too.
Is Matrix a Western?
Oh, of course it is. We're not going to talk about the Matrix.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved
that's
showers and
totally fine.
restrooms.
And
Don't
how
forget
is
the
my
service
sound
centers.
right now?
Sapp Brothers ASC
road
certified
testing,
technicians
new
can repair
headphones.
nearly any issue in shop
Okay.
or roadside,
Okay, good.
including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. We're going where you want to go so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Encore presentation of Trucking with OOIDA immediately after this show. It's an encore presentation about their discussion with Jack Daniels, not that bottle, but in fact the state senator who has put together a trucking caucus in that state. Tune in later for Ashley and Scott on Trucking with OOIDA. And just a piece of sports news for those of you who care. They never let him out of the building. They flew John Halborough from Baltimore all the way into New York City on the private jet of the owner. And by the time the day was up, he is now the head coach of the New York Giants. Expect them to improve in an awful hurry. And don't forget that Mike Tomlin is no longer the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, which means the two guys with 19 and 18 years of coaching the same team under their belt shook hands on the field on the last game of the season, and now neither one of them is where they began their adventures in head coaching. I turn this over to Lindsay and our guest who returns to us right now. Good morning to you, Lindsay.
Good morning. I'm over here live from the Acrisure studios, and I'm pointing that out because Acrisure is the stadium over there that sponsors the Pittsburgh Steelers stadium. Now, they probably gave Pittsburgh Steelers a little more money than they did for my little studio set up here in Franklin, Tennessee. But now that they've lost and they're out, I feel like they have some extra time in cash that they can shoot back our way, Jim. So we'll see how that goes.
Get on it.
I digress. Just kidding. Love Acrisure. Love you, Acrisure. Love you. Call me. Okay, I want to just one other thing that to wrap up the Neil Young thing, because this is both Jim and Megan. You guys are both writers, so think about this. I can speak to it from the songwriting perspective, Jim, you as a playwright, and Megan, you as an author and historian. It was really interesting to me how not just anybody could have done the music for this. I think perhaps, and I don't know enough about Neil Young, and I haven't watched done a deep dive on him, but I think you would have to have completely taken ego out of anything in order to do the music for this, because it was not about him. I have a lot of respect for how much the music doesn't do in this, and he wasn't filling space or telling you, or trying to be really bombastic, or romanticizing the West or anything. And he really did, classic Westerns from what I've gathered and listened to. They're these, big sweeping strings and very heroic and triumphant. And Neil Young does the complete opposite in this. It's very sparse phrasing, and there's a lot of repetition, there's a lot of distortion, and there's a lot of silence. And there's not time for you to be a hero musically. There's not space for that, or at least not how he did it. And I found it really interesting, and I wonder how much collaboration Neil and Jim had. I would guess not much, but I don't know. I would guess Jim said, Neil's the right guy, I would hope, and trust him, and let's see what we come up with. But you know what I mean? It wasn't performing. He wasn't trying to win a Grammy off of this, is what I'm trying to say. And it's interesting. And then I guess real quick, and then Megan, almost for trucking, since Marshall said that the Barbie song can relate to truck drivers, he's right. But with this, it sounds like driving at night when you're driving and your thoughts are louder than whatever you're listening to. It really has that sort of that weight to it, I think, if any of that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. No, I think that's a really good point, because the silences are very impactful in this movie.
Uncomfortable.
Yeah. And his music is the same way. And I also like that idea that the musicians who are scoring a movie are kind of giving up their ego or anything about music and that form of creativity that is usually about kind of who you are as a singer and a songwriter. But this is about something external to you and about making that better and making that kind of, I guess, translatable in a different kind of art form.
Yeah.
So I had not thought about that before, and that's really interesting, because I think you also see, is it Trent Reznor who has been doing all the scores?
Yeah, him and
lately, like Social Network and.
Yeah, he does a soundtrack as well for the new Watchmen series as well too, and it's him and Atticus. I can't remember his last name. Atticus. They work as a team. And the next movie that we're watching, The Assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford, that's the one that's scored by Nick Cave as well. So, yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Atticus Ross is the composer.
Atticus Ross, thank you.
Atticus Ross, yeah. And it's interesting, right, because they're all rock musicians.
Yeah.
And
we'll talk about
Intense.
Intense.
You think of scores.
They're very
like
intense.
You think like John Williams, and you think, all of these kind of grand, swelling, orchestral forms of music, and it's very different.
Yeah.
This is, by the way, just to let people know, Jarmusch, who's a musician as well, is obsessed with this because Joe Strummer has done music for him. Tom Waits has done music for him. He's a big fan of using non-traditional soundtrack approaches. I've actually got something that I not want to problematize what you said, Lindsay, but kind of bring up this point up as well too. I think that Young's soundtrack makes the film incredibly much more interesting and less entertaining. Because it
agree with that.
Because it doesn't tell. Because so often in westerns, and by the way, this is not a criticism. Good God Almighty, what would the Magnificent Seven?
Insight.
Yeah, what would the Magnificent Seven be without that soundtrack? You know what I'm saying? What would the Wild Bunch be without that soundtrack? And Jerry Fielding's soundtrack is nothing like the soundtrack for the Magnificent Sevens, John Sturges. That's just not the same thing. But Western soundtracks usually tell us they always tell us how to feel. But they also tell us where to take our eyes, what the plot is doing, where we're going, what people are thinking. The internal life of a Western is always in its music. Because Jarmusch decides with Neil Young to talk about the vibe and the verve that you were talking about, Megan, it then slows the film down even further and prevents it from moving forward. Westerns always move, 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 move. This one doesn't, and that music doesn't move either. It's moving.
Well, it's
Brilliant.
it's consistent, and the move is interesting because it's moving more like it's wandering with the characters.
Right.
It's not explaining anything. It's literally like it's just staying with them.
Yeah.
As like, I mean, I walk around through life. I don't know about you guys. Maybe this makes me schizophrenic, but I walk around through life with a soundtrack. Like I don't always realize it, but I have soundtracks playing in every moment of my life. Like scored in my brain. I wish somebody could, since I'm not I'm not a proficient musician on the play instrument side. But I hear it all in my head. I wish somebody could put a plug into my brain because I hear symphonies in my head. I just like getting it out is difficult. But that's what I feel like this was. The music is like literally a companion throughout the movie to people.
Have you seen Jarmusch's film Coffee and Cigarettes, either one of you?
I have not.
No, I don't think so.
It's 11 films. All of them are standalone scenes inside of this one movie, and they're funny and depressing, and it's about people basically sharing coffee and cigarettes over a table. That's what
I
it's
need to
about.
watch that.
Which is like literally the absolutely kind of perfect Jim Jarmusch world. Like there's a movie called Mystery Train, where the entire thing is like 3 different stories on a train. It's all just lingering. It's all just like, let's hang out. And it then becomes a matter of, are you willing to hang out with these people? And I think because this is dressed up as a Western, we have expectations that we never make the adjustment. And the question is, are you watching a Jim Jarmusch film or are you watching a Western? And I don't think he makes a decision either, because he's got Bob Mitchum in the middle of it with Lance Hendrickson eating people's hearts.
Megan, would you have thought any differently, Megan, about this movie if you watched it not thinking it was a Western? Or would you even, I don't know if you'd even been able to do that, but if you take that label out of it, do you see it any differently?
Yeah, I mean, I think that if I had gone into it like you did, saying this is a movie about death, or this is like not even a movie, like a meditation on death.
Word.
Because I actually don't think, as Jimmy was saying, it's not they're using the word entertaining. I don't think Jim Jarmusch wants to be entertaining. I think he wants to mess with form, which is why it was in black and white, because there didn't seem to be necessarily a reason for that. But and he wasn't fully undermining the Western genre either, which is why I think it was confusing to watch. But I think if I had approached it differently and just said, either this is a Jim Jarmusch film, so it's going to have a certain vibe that I just have to go with. Or if I said, this is a movie about death and dying and that transitional state. Like, I think I may have enjoyed it a little more.
Maybe.
All right.
Maybe. Perhaps.
I will say it was very interesting to see Billy Bob Thornton in this movie.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Lurking around, there he was, and
especially since he's now in Landman, which I have not yet seen, but everyone is talking about as the kind of newest Taylor Sheridan series, set in Texas this time, but very definitely a Western series.
A very different kind of Western, by the way. A very different kind of Western than the kind of stuff than this particular thing. It's just like I said. The other thing is too. It's like, and this goes back to Marshall's comment, Lindsay. The idea that it's like at the end of the day, though, I'm going to be honest with you. I like being I want to have a good time. Now, a good time can look like a whole bunch of different stuff. And my biggest problem, with the exception of that amazing scene where Mitchum comes in and talks to those three guys, I never really had a good time. I never really, I'd forgotten about this movie in ways that I haven't before. And I think you're right. I don't think that Jarmusch is interested so much in entertaining, but he often casts people like Roberto Benigni or Bill Murray or Adam Driver who are interested in people having a good time. And that's the trade-off you have to make. Remember that people want to come see your movies to have a good time. And it's like they've got so many other choices these days. And I'm not saying, look, you do what you want to do. Good luck getting anybody to come see it. But I do think that normally he has this kind of good instinct of like, my job isn't the good time, your job is the good time. You take care of the good time, and I'll take care of the rest. And I think in this movie, there aren't enough people who are invested in us having a good time to kind of give it that propulsion that it needs. So when you don't have script propulsion, the story itself, what you're left with is, am I having a good time with these particular people? And it's the one that leaves me a little bit cold. That's my problem with it.
We're all having a good time here, though. We're talking with the great Megan Kate Nelson. Marshall's on the line, and after we take Marshall's call, Megan, Steve has an interesting question about selecting music for movies. I'll give my take, but I'll give my take as a musician, but we'll love y'all's take as well. But first, Marshall's on the phone. Marshall, good morning, brother. What's happening?
Good morning. I have to make one quick comment, though. Every time you describe the Acrisure studio,
Acrisure
goes to Aqua Velva Cologne, so it was terrible.
Maybe there's a collaboration. Maybe there's a weird collaboration. We'll see.
That's what pops into my mind. But I just wanted to reiterate from what I said earlier about how tough the people had to be out west. Because I spend a lot of time out there, and even in places like South Dakota and Nebraska and stuff, when you get out inside of your truck, especially out in the country on 2-lane roads and stuff, and you can look for miles and can't see a single building or a single tree, I think to myself, man, how hardy and how tough these people had to be to win the West and all that. You know, never mind fighting Indians, just fighting the elements themselves. And it's not like today where you can just throw a case of water in the back of the vehicle and a couple of coolers and have ice, and you think you're out there roughing it out in the country. They didn't have any of that, you know, and they had to find out ways to store food and everything else just to survive. Daily life was a real struggle. These people were hardy and tough, or they were really running from something terrible in their past. That's the people who won the West. So that's, you know, if you get out amongst it, especially away from the big cities and the main streams and stuff, and you just look around at the terrain and think to yourself, how would I survive if I had to out here by myself? And that's the people we're talking about in these movies.
Marshall, somebody made a really good point to me yesterday that just hit me like a ton of bricks. He said, there are things that we don't think about as luxuries that are in fact our luxuries. And Lindsay, I love these two. He said, taking a hot shower and being over 50 with your mother still alive. He said, we don't even think about the fact that both of those things are absolute luxuries when you think about them. And it's like the idea of having both a hot shower and an emotional ballast after you turn like 40 or 50 is something that most people in the 19th century did not have any access to. And we just think about them as, oh, yes, of course. Oh, sure, why not? And those, I mean, and that's
Until
the
it's
beginning
gone.
of all the little things that we kind of take for granted. 'Cause it made me think of that, Marshall, because of the ice chest. I think about the ice chest, and it's like, yeah, I filled up an ice chest and threw about 20 bottles of water back there. I'm roughing it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's...
It's anything that's exactly what a trucker can identify with that, because when you explain to people that you have to take showers at truck stops and you can't always get into the truck stop to get a shower, you know, it's part of the trucking lifestyle, and it's harder than what everybody else thinks. It's not terrible. It's not that bad. It's not, you know, like I'm running from Indians shooting arrows at me or anything, but I mean, it's a different lifestyle, you know, that you have to adapt to be out on the road all the time as a trucker. So simple things to truckers in a lot of ways really are luxuries. And even the age factor that you brought up, because, we're doing the walk for 61 or whatever it is, because most truck drivers die by the time they're 61. Got that beat. But it's, even the lifestyle itself is harder on you than it is to doing the 9-to-5 job, although I don't ever want to do a 9-to-5 job. I've done them and I didn't like it. So that's my 3 cents for today. Actually, I'm going to start doing nickels only. I got to round everything up now. That's my nickel for today because we don't have pennies anymore. So
Nickels all around.
Nice.
Nickels all around.
Nice. Right. By the way, we've gotten 2 phone calls today, one from Chowder and one from Marshall, and they both were absolutely spot on in regards to what a life on the road is like. Chowder took a moment, Megan, when he called. After he kind of gave us a weather update about his neck of the woods, he talked about what his day was like. And it was a busy one, but he was also making time to go to a dig site and hike around it a little bit, reminding people that if they're on the road, to actually enjoy the road. And Marshall's as well. Good calls, good quality calls, as Megan Kate Nelson continues her conversation about Jim Jarmusch's Dead Man with Lindsay Lawler, myself, Phone Master Dre, and all of you out there in Road Gang Radio Land. Lindsay, good morning.
Good morning.
I
wanted, the Steve's comment. Megan, over in the chat, Steve said, how does one go about selecting music for movies with all the different types of music out there? Would it be easier to use music that's already composed, or you compose music for the movie itself? Now, I will say, and then y'all can speak on it, but everything Steve said, yes, it's D, all the above. So I think it depends on the type of film, the director, the cast, all kinds of things are involved. If it were me, I would do. If it were me, maybe I would, whether I was the director or the musician on the other side, I would just say it's you want to find you want to find the musician that you trust, and then get out of their way, see what they come up with. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But don't try to give them any guidance, because I believe that the true artistry, the true really channeling, the true in an artist or a musician or anybody, that's creating some sort of art form, when they're at their very best, it's when they're just very in the moment and you just see what comes out. So I would do what Billie Eilish did or what Neil Young did in this. Personally, I would want to, if I were chosen to get with myself and wherever my creative team was, and make the music, I would want to watch the film and not hear anything. I wouldn't want to talk to a director. I wouldn't want any sort of commentary or editorial. I'd want to just watch the film and do exactly what Neil did and see what came out, with no real intention behind it, besides to whatever emotion I got from watching it, try to match that emotion very organically from what is coming out in that moment. So literally just watch and start underscoring and I would probably, as a lyricist, start just writing, journaling, and then as I'm watching the film, just seeing what thoughts are coming up. And I would probably just start singing those thoughts to my guitar player and have them start playing music. So I think it's completely artistic. That would be a complete opinion to answer that question, Steve. But I think it happens in multiple different ways based on who the director is and who the musician is that was picked. So yeah, my take. Anybody else?
Yeah. Well, and I think it also depends on what the movie's about, right? So like
For sure.
Sinners, which I'm not sure if either of you have seen that movie.
Oh, opening night.
Have not, will not. Have not, will not.
You'll love it.
Oh, no,
Scary
because
movie.
of the vampires?
Scary movie, yeah.
I mean, I don't mind vampires. Is it not that bad? Could I do it?
It's not that bad.
It's bad.
Oh, yeah, it's not that bad.
For Lindsay?
The second
It's
half
not
of the
that
movie's
scary.
terrifying, guys.
Okay.
Just white people playing
Well, but the-
banjos.
That's
The
terrifying.
music is so incredible. I mean, there's the score, which is by the Swedish composer Ludwig Göransson, who did the score for Oppenheimer.
Right.
And so the score is super interesting. And then there is an original song in there that is amazing. That is,
Okay.
and it's nominated for Best Song and everything. It's not going to win because the K-pop Demon Hunter song is going to win.
Oh,
But
good Lord.
which is, I actually that song is kicky, man.
Oh, I love
that
it.
Is like,
I love it. I
love
just
that
have a
song.
7-year-old, so it's been on for a year in my house. But it's incredible.
Yes, yeah. So, I mean, I think if there's a movie where music is a major component, like a movie like Cold Mountain, where there's a score, but there's also music in the film being performed. I mean, that's an interesting give and take also among musicians.
I'm going to have another little wrinkle on this to answer Steve's question and kind of have fun. So the great Italian filmmaker Federico Fellini and the great composer Nino Rota did 18 movies together. Ennio Morricone and Sergio Leone, a few of the films that we have seen together, they did 6 movies together. Steven Spielberg and John Williams have done 29 movies together, guys. The other thing is, too, to kind of give another little wrinkle on this, Steve, sometimes when you're a director and you found the guy or the gal who actually can compose the music, Christopher Nolan is like this with Hans Zimmer, and J.J. Abrams is like this with Michael Giacchino. When you find somebody that does the music the way you want it done, you don't want to have anybody else because it's just one more choice among a ton of choices. Well, Orson Welles' great line is that a writer needs a pencil, a painter needs a brush, a sculptor needs clay, and a filmmaker needs an army. And if you can figure out the people you want to go into battle with and keep them on your staff, you do it as much as you possibly can. And that, in a lot of ways, once you find the people you want to work with, as Lindsay likes to say, once you find your tribe, you are very, very hard-pressed to let them go. And the same thing applies to editors.
Even to a fault. I agree 3,000%, Jim. That's why I've probably not even expanded more in music, because I find people I'm comfortable with and then I work with them. But it's also why after 15, almost 20 years of making music with some of the same people, I would be comfortable just hopping up on stage at any given time and seeing what comes out of us. When you know somebody so well, same thing, when you know and you trust, you're like, I don't know what they're going to come up with, but I know they know me and I know them, and it's somehow going to be compatible, and then you get out the way.
Yeah. It happens. And when you find the people you want to collaborate with, because often you can tell when somebody loses somebody like that. I don't know if you know this, but cinematographers and directors are often, Steve, have these great relationships. And when you find the person, it's like everybody talks about the day that Thelma Shoemaker passes from this mortal coil, because Martin Scorsese, no one else ever has edited one of his movies. As a matter of fact, she's so invaluable. I don't know if you know this, Megan, Kate, or Lindsay, that she's so invaluable that he actually loaned her to Spielberg to finish Jaws. I mean, that's like, wow. I mean, basically, it's like, you can go ahead, Thelma. And she went over there and she saved the movie. And it's the same thing with music, because both the music and the editing that's where the film really happens once you've made it. That's where it's got to happen. And, it's such a tough call, man. It's like, because people, Lindsay, you talked about it. The idea you walk around with that music in your head. So there are directors who are walking around scoring the world around themselves, literally walking down the world. So they hear the world a certain way. And I'm telling you, man, change music. Well, you've seen those comic bits online where people take the Mentos commercial music and put it to like the most brutal 80s action film scenes.
Or they do it to like, have you seen the ones like Saved by the Bell as well? They'll do like Mentos music when she's talking about something very hard, and then everybody claps. Or they put the inappropriate laugh tracks in. Oh, it's great. All that kind of thing. It's brilliant.
But there's a guy who actually finds in every bad 80s action film, he said there's always a montage of Mentos where he takes the scene shot by shot and just puts Mentos in it. And it totally works. And it just kind of shows you. I mean, it's the semiotics of sound. And we ended up having a pretty good discussion.
Montage of Mentos is a great band name, by the way.
You like that? I thought you might. The Montage of Mentos.
Hey, Megan, Kate, we're about out of time. We kept you, per usual, longer than you agreed to. So thank you for bearing with us. Leave everybody with a sense of excitement about what's coming up for the Westerners. I know this book is coming out soon. What can we all do in preparation to take in this masterpiece of yours?
Megan?
Hello?
By the way, this has happened twice now. This is really cool. I think I know what's going on here. We lost Megan. I know.
Oh, hello.
There you are.
She
Welcome
is.
back. Welcome back.
Oh,
hey, did you hear my question?
Prep us up for the Westerner.
I did.
Okay, cool.
So the book is coming out March 31st. which is very exciting. The early reviews are starting to post, which is good, and they've all been positive, so that's tremendous. But yeah, if you are interested, it's a big book about the 19th century American West and who, all the different interesting, fascinating people who actually built the West from the ground up. And if you're interested in that story, it is on sale now for pre-order. And there's going to be an audiobook.
Yay.
And
Read
there's
by?
also an ebook. I am blanking on her name right now.
Okay,
But
not you.
Read by a woman who is both Black and Cherokee. And there is a Black protagonist in the book and multiple Indigenous protagonists. So I'm very excited about that. I'm glad we got her to read the book, but I'm blanking on her name right now. But I will have
My copy is in my hands.
Can I?
Yes, Lindsay has an early copy.
It's big and it's bold and it's overwhelming and it's exciting.
Can I read you all both something really short? Just wanted to read you guys something really short.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Going into it, I thought the job was beneath me. In Kentucky, on a Saturday night, and it was a private party to boot. Kentucky. And I ain't talking no Ritchie Gala in downtown Louisville or some rockin' frat house in Lexington. Either one of those would have been a consolation for driving 65 away from my beloved Nashville, a Nashville where I had no gig to speak of. Nope, 65 to 64 to the place where the bluegrass state turns black as coal and folks stare at you 'cause they know you ain't one of theirs. West Virginia in all but name. I wanted to share that with you, Megan, because I am writing a play for Lindsay as a one-person performer, and that is the opening lines that she is going to have to say with a band behind her. So I wanted to share that with you guys, everybody out there. That's it.
Oh, I didn't know you guys were doing a collab.
We didn't either.
I love it. I love it.
So, yeah, I mean.
Oh, and by the way, my audiobook narrator is Kamali Minter.
Cool.
Kamali Mentor. What a cool name,
We gotta,
by the way.
would you do me a favor, Megan? Even though I'm writing it down, would you please send me a text with her name because we would love to get her on the show as well, too.
Yes.
That would be terrific.
Ooh, that would be fun.
We'll get the whole bunch of you up here. We have a whole big. We got all of our. By the way, all of our friends this year have books are coming out. Every contributor here, a regular contributor, has a book coming out this year. So I'm very stoked. This is your first up to bat, by the way.
Ooh, exciting. Yeah, I know Peter does. So this is very exciting.
Yeah, all kinds of great
We need
stuff.
Megan Kate and Peter Stark and Matthew
Holbert.
all together in a room for a round table about their books. I'll bring a band. We'll underscore the conversation. We will do it live on camera on YouTube. This is happening.
This is happening.
And we have to do it out west.
Amazing.
Ovs.
And we got to take a break. And we got to let you go, Megan, because we've actually
Never.
we actually went long, and then we went long, and then we went really long.
I'll
Get
never
out.
let go.
An hour of
Megan Kate. Megan Kate Nelson. She's the best. Go find her over at her website, megankatenelson.com. Get all her past work and all that is upcoming. Megan, we love you. We will see you next month.
All right. Love you guys. Have a great day.
Thank you, Bo.
Let's talk comedy next, Jim.
Excited.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
From the Acrisure Studios to the Fastport Studios, this is Road Gang Radio with your hosts, Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler.
Boy, that was fun.
So fun.
And I really want to give a big shout out to all of our listeners out there. Sometimes we go weird. Dead Man is weird. And rather than being like, well, it's enough of that, you guys went right along with us. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Marshall. Thank you, Trucker Bosun. Thank you, everybody out there, for being a part of a terrific conversation about one of the strangest Westerns you'll ever look at, by the way. Really fun and so gracious of Meg and Kate to stick around. Please, guys, let's show some Road Gang love for her and buy that book the moment it hits the shelves. Get that audio book, get that book, make it happen.
I hope people won't look at the movie the same after that conversation. I don't. Now, I need to go back and watch it after the three of us unpacking it together. So I actually will watch it again with all of that in mind, both my new thoughts and y'all's thoughts. So very cool, Jim.
One other quick thought, too, guys, by the way. So I watched it and had the impact that you talked about. I watched it. And then I said, I have a really weird thing because I want to go back because you know that they actually put clips up of the movie in like a sequence, like, you know, clips 1 through 10 of it. And I said, I have the really weird suspicion that they're going to show me every plot point in the movie. Every piece of expositional information you need is going to be in these clips. And I went back, Lindsay, and I'm like going, if you showed somebody just these 10 scenes, like, oh, it's a pretty traditional Western. And then there's all the stuff that goes on. All the real movie is what happens in between in that film. So I just wanted to kind of point that out too, guys, by the way. It's a strange movie, and it's worth a look. It really is worth a look. So.
Speaking of worth a look, our next guest, I am so excited about this conversation. We're talking comedy, everything from, of course, Lucy and Desi, but I get to dive into Saturday Night Live, and you know that excites me. Let's have Dre pivot, and then Jim, please welcome this next guest of ours. Dre, take us away.
I'm really, really glad, by the way, Lindsay, that you and Claire get along so well because it makes the fact that Claire is able to listen to the show and book for the show in a way that it's like, yeah, I could have done it better. I don't ever get any of that kind of nonsense. Back when Claire did do this show, though, we had a guest on, Gary Hahn, the Vice President of Marketing and Communications for the National Comedy Center and Lucy Desi Museum. The National Comedy Center is the nation's museum and national archive dedicated to the art of comedy. It's in Jamestown, New York, which, of course, is Lucille Ball's hometown. It is a hall of fame for comedy, which means, Lindsay, you have no interest in this whatsoever.
Right, couldn't care less. What?
The National Comedy Center, it's a great day trip. It's a great weekend trip. It is one of the most interactive museums in the country. I'll let Gary explain a lot of why that is, but it is because it's in New York, because it's a hall of fame, the Cooperstown of comedy. Guys, if you're about 90 minutes away from Buffalo, you are in the region and you are there to experience this. We are so thrilled to welcome Gary back. Hey, my friend, it's been a long time, but great to have you again. Welcome to Road Gang Radio.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be back. Sorry it's been so long, and yeah, just love talking to you guys. Always been a fan.
Well, it's and this is my first time to get to talk to you, and I know that it won't be the last because I already want to hang out and be your best friend because you have such a cool job. I have 90 questions and only one segment, so we're going to start unpacking the big one, and what I'm going to call the elephant in the room, but I mean is a good way, about, you know, comedy having a national archive and being supported by government here, which is interesting. So the center was formally designated by Congress as the nation's official cultural institution dedicated to comedy. Already so cool. So what does, if you can tell our audience, what does that designation sort of enable that maybe wouldn't be possible otherwise for comedy?
Well, mostly on that front, Lindsay, it just means that we are considered the National Archive. Most of the funding is private. It's based on admission and private foundation funding for the most part. When we were first building, there was a lot of New York State funding to help us build here in Jamestown. But at this point, it really just is a way to say that we are the nation's archive. And so when people are considering, there are other places that showcase comedy, but the National Comedy Center is the one and only archive that's preserving our comedy heritage for future generations.
Real quick, sorry, just a quick follow-up, because the word archive a lot of things come to mind. But when we hear National Comedy Center, we think Funhouse. But from the archival standpoint, what's the serious kind of purpose underneath the laugh, so to speak? What's the serious purpose of giving this that real the archive side of it, if that makes sense?
Yeah, well, we believe that that comedy is a true art form, just like opera and art museums, etc. And so we believe that our comedy heritage deserves to be preserved. So we have the archives of Carl Reiner, and we have Joan Rivers' joke file that has nearly 70,000 jokes, and we have archives from Richard Pryor and Lenny Bruce, and it goes on and on and on. George Carlin, we have his entire archives. That's where things started back in 2016 when we secured George Carlin's archives. And what's great about the museum itself is that we have digitized just about everything. So unlike keeping these archives in a basement somewhere, when you come to the museum, via various exhibits, you can see what we have in digital form. The Smothers Brothers, Laugh-In, Johnny Carson, and it just goes on and on and on. But it's not in an attic. It's not in a closed basement. It really is throughout the museum.
So much of what it means to actually have a museum these days is not just about a cool place to go see something or a staid or kind of stuffy place to go see something. There are so many elements that people come to expect, especially when you're talking about a Hall of Fame, especially when you're talking about a National Comedy Center, the idea of that national center. You have to be a research institution. You have to be also an archive for the history, and you've got to present it in a curated way to make it livable, breathable, while at the same time giving people interactive stuff to have them have a lot of fun while they're there. Plus, on top of it, just like Cooperstown, you've also got to somehow suggest the nature and spirit of comedy in the building and in the layout in a way that people can have fun and be reminded that they're actually there to celebrate laughter. So there's a lot of mandates that go on in there, and I'm just kind of curious from your own standpoint and from what you see unfold there, how are you guys able to maintain the balance as a serious archive? Because it is important that historians know where they can go, because the names you've dropped, Joan Rivers, Richard Pryor, George Carlin, these are serious people. I mean, and Lindsay, and I love the new movie about Saturday Night Live by Ivan Reitman's son. So much of it is so good because we actually get a clear portrait of George Carlin in it and Milton Berle in it. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on there, and you guys have to create that balance. So what can somebody coming by to bring their kids? How can that experience be different if they're coming by as a real student of the craft?
That's a wonderful question, Jimmy, and I'll answer it in two different ways. One is just how interactive and personalized this experience is. We know that comedy is, everyone has very different comedy tastes. And so what this museum, what the National Comedy Center allows you to do, when you first come in, you create a sense of humor profile by answering a whole bunch of questions in our lobby at a kiosk. And so we get to know the kind of comedy that you like. And so your entire visit is curated based on your sense of humor. So that's a way to, because comedy is such a broad topic, and because it is so, dependent on the person, what kind of comedy they love. I mean, we are giving you you're getting an experience that is unique to you throughout your 2, 3, 4 hours at the museum. So that's really unique, and people love that way of navigating the museum. So that's one thing to be aware of. I'm trying to think of what else I was going to say on that topic. But it is, our comedy heritage is incredibly important. I mean, what comedy means to this country in terms of speaking truth to power, et cetera, we take it extremely seriously, but we also want to make sure that you're having a great time as you navigate the museum.
I love the sense of humor profile thing when you come in. That makes it so personalized. And so I wanted
awesome.
It's so cool. I can't wait to go. I will certainly come when I'm up that way. But I love this, that you're expanding on the Saturday Night Live tip, the exhibit in celebration of the show's 50th anniversary. One thing, by the way, that's so cool, they have the cue cards from Nate Bargatze's Washington Dream sketch, one of the greatest sketches of all time from one of the best comedians. And they were donated by him, by Nate specifically, which is really cool. So what's very neat about this is that since you do have scripts and rewrites and the cue cards and all that kind of thing, it makes me think, Gary, I was at Saturday Night Live with my mom and sister when it was Garth Brooks was the host and Christopher Gaines was the musical guest. We were physically there. It was amazing. We saw both the rehearsal and the live show, which are also two different things. And it's a moment that I will never, ever, ever forget as a massive SNL fan. But it makes me think in this regard, what does it mean with you guys preserving comedy in its draft form from those scripts and rewrites and cue cards instead of just the final performance? Let's talk about that, because that really, to me, as it pertains to Saturday Night Live, positions SNL as this living document of culture, and that's what y'all are able to do. Seeing what worked, what didn't, what was funny at the time, and what was like, oh, too much, we're not ready, not too soon. Y'all are able to show all that with all the artifacts, if that makes sense. So talk about
yeah, Lindsay, what you're getting at is a big part of what we do, which is showing annotated scripts, showing the process of creating comedy. So, for instance, we have you mentioned Saturday Night Live just now. We have original writer Alan Zweibel's entire archive of the first 5 years of Saturday Night Live. Woo! with his scripts, and what you can see on these is like you're saying, early versions of sketches, hand annotated notes in the margins. And it really, and all of this has been digitized, so you can go through it at the museum, and it really shows you how, whether it's sketch writers at SNL or whether it's comedians writing their sets, how they go from an early version and how that the evolution of a sketch, or the deli scene from When Harry Met Sally, or a stand-up routine from, Seinfeld, etc., and how that goes from its earliest stages to getting on stage as a final piece of comedy. The thing about comedy is, whether it's actors, stand-up comedians, sketch performers, if they do it right, it looks incredibly easy. Yeah. And people don't always realize how much craft, how that they've been working at this for 20 plus years, and there's so much work that goes into even writing a stand-up set and perfecting a great 6-minute set for the Tonight Show. And so we try to pull the curtain back and really explain what it takes to do this craft of comedy.
By the way,
and I remember.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, please go ahead, Gary.
I was going to say, I remember what I was going to say earlier. The other thing that these exhibits have really been well designed to do, and there's over 50 exhibits in our 37,000 square feet museum here, is that we built it so that if you're we call it skimmers, swimmers, and divers. So if you can be a modest fan, you don't have to be a super fan, and you're still going to love this. But we have so much depth at each exhibit that if you want to dive in deep because you're a huge Carson fan or a huge Dick Van Dyke fan with our Carl Reiner exhibit, or you love Joan Rivers, you can stay at a particular exhibit for an hour or two and dive in really, really deep. Or you can just skim that one, and if you aren't that much into a particular TV show, and then you can move on. So it really caters to the super fan and also the casual fan.
Well, and the other thing is, too, is Lindsay asked the question about that national status, and here's one of the places where it actually comes into play, because you brought up the Carson thing and the and by the way, I don't know if I never told this to Lindsay either. Claire, who you know is my wife, one of the ways that we bonded very early when we were first getting to know each other was we were both massive fans of the Dick Van Dyke sitcom. We just love, and we can actually talk about it in depth to the point where we can make an argument there is no television show Mad Men without the Dick Van Dyke Show, because it's the first workplace comedy. The Johnny Carson immersive experience also has the benefit of that its virtual host is Jimmy Fallon. So you're able to have access to him, and by having Fallon on, we actually get a sense of not just the past of what the Carson experience was like, but a person who stands on the other side of the continuum. That you guys are able to draw on resources through your contacts, through your associations, through the research and archive aspect of it as well, to create a totality here, because any great museum does not speak to just then, it speaks to how then is still impacting now, right?
Absolutely. I mean, you've captured it really nicely, Jimmy, with regard to, and one of the reasons why we call it a center rather than a museum is because it is a living, breathing institution, and having the comedians of today who, when we walk through, absolutely love this place, but having them comment on and tell us and showcase the artists that they loved in the past. We have a 60-foot video wall called the Comedy Continuum that's essentially the 6 degrees of separation between artists, and it shows the connections between today's artists and those that came before them, whether it's Carol Burnett, Dick Van Dyke, Sid Caesar, and it shows how they were influenced by those artists, the artists that mean the most to them. And it's a way to show younger generations, introduce them to whether it's Jackie Gleason, Joan Rivers, etc. So that's a very powerful part of the museum, no question about it. And you're right. I mean, seeing Jimmy Fallon as a hologram on stage talking about Carson and interviewing Johnny Carson clips is a very powerful part of the museum.
Okay, I want, if you're able, Gary, I'd love for you to take out your crystal ball here. We're talking from the National Comedy Center up in Jamestown. We're talking with Gary Hahn, who's the Vice President of Marketing and Communications there. Gary, I find this very interesting because we're going to talk about Lucy and Desi here, but Lucille Ball, I watched I've watched documentaries and the movie, Being the Ricardos about her, and of course, Amy Poehler's Lucy and Desi, and I'm just fascinated by Lucy from a visionary standpoint. And you know, she had such a vision for her hometown becoming this destination for comedy. If Lucy launched today, if she were to walk into comedy, both the archives there, but just watching it, I'm so curious if in your mind, if we're gonna guess here, if we're gonna take out the crystal ball, if she launched today, what would she kind of crush, and what would shock her about, you think, the current comedy system? What would work that she was doing then, still now, and what wouldn't? And kind of what role would she play as a producer first versus creative, you think?
Wow, that's a great question. Well, you know, what was so unique about Lucille was not only was she just unbelievably talented in front of the camera, but she was running Desi Lou Studios by the early 60s, first with Desi and then on her own. So she was essentially the first female CEO of a Hollywood studio, and did that for about 5 years before Desi Lou was sold to Paramount. Well, I think first of all, I think she would be, you know, amazed at how comedy now extends well beyond screens, you know, television screens, movie screens, and the fact that it is pervasive. It's on our phones, etc. I mean, I think this would probably fascinate. I mean, I don't want to assume anything here, but I think she would be she would love the fact that, my guess is she would love the fact that there is more access, particularly for women and a more diverse, opportunities for people to be doing comedy, thanks to all these other opportunities and all these other screens in our, our phones, etc. That it is not kind of the restrictive, only if you have a big television studio deal can you get access to audiences. I think that would appeal to her. I know she kind of preferred, clean comedy, and family-oriented comedy. So she might not be as thrilled at some of the directions that comedy has gone in. But, it was her original vision to have Jamestown celebrate all of comedy. So I think she would have been very, very proud that we have the National Comedy Center here in her hometown. I mean, when the Jamestown leadership called her up in 1989, really just a few months before she sadly passed away, and they asked, can we do a museum? Can we have a festival devoted to you? It was Lucy who suggested herself that I'd rather see you celebrate the art form of comedy, not just my work. And, we do both. We first did create the Lucy Desi Museum. That's just a few blocks from the National Comedy Center. But I think she would have been particularly proud that we are celebrating the art form and all of the artists. That would have meant a great deal to her.
So you're saying Lucy wouldn't have gone on tour with Louis C.K. these days?
Probably not.
Is that what I'm hearing? Okay.
Unlikely.
Okay, noted.
I do think if she were to walk into the lobby, walk into the National Comedy Center, she would be, I'm guessing, overwhelmed and extraordinarily proud. You guys can go to comedycenter.org and take a look. Trust me, it's a beautiful website that gives you a real sense of the rhythms and the pacing of the Comedy Center. You brought up Lucy. Lindsay, and I kind of want to touch on this as well, too, because I think in many ways this is history of American entertainment, not just comedy itself, because we all forget that the 50s, the one place where you could go a little weird and make things really strange, with the notable exception of Rod Serling, if you wanted to do anything like innovative in regards to production, using two cameras, doing absurdish kind of shorts, doing madcap stuff where the wheels literally did come off and people kept rolling, comedy was where it's at. I mean, the Lucille Ball show, the Ernie Kovac show, your show of shows, all of that television is so incredibly innovative. A lot of the leaps that TV made as an art form happened not because of the drama or the cowboy shows, but because of comedy. And in many ways, you get in a history of television and a history of American entertainment kind of rolled in along with that. Is that fair?
I think totally so. And you have to mention Desi.
Carl Freund, right?
There, because it was Desi who, and Lucy always gave Desi so much credit for helping to invent the 3-camera studio approach with the live audience on film, which is essentially what I Love Lucy innovated in 1951, and it's why we still have pristine films of those 179 episodes today. And that essentially was the approach to filming, sitcoms for the most part, until the kind of the single camera approach got a bit more popular. But even Big Bang Theory and Seinfeld and Friends were using the same technique that was pioneered by I Love Lucy in 1951. So we celebrate that at the Lucy Desi Museum. And it's what essentially brought television to the West Coast. It had really been, via the approaches that were being used with Sid Caesar and Ed Sullivan, etc. It was a New York phenomenon. It was done in real theaters. It was not done at sound stages. It was done carried live in the East Coast. It was not on film. And once the I Love Lucy innovations happened, it's what led to the bulk of the television production industry moving to Hollywood.
I just
and the invention of the rerun, because you had these pristine pieces of film, you were able to rerun this. So there were no reruns until essentially I Love Lucy.
It's so cool, Jim. I don't know if you felt this too. When the first time I went on the website, I was completely taken aback at comedycenter.org because I was like, I was dumbfounded by how the magnitude of this space and why I didn't know about it, and now I can't not know about it. But it's very profound. And then you're like, well, of course that exists. Why didn't I know about it? And so if you will just leave us with this, if somebody leaves the National Comedy Center understanding one thing about comedy, not as entertainment as we've talked about today, but as a part of who we are as humans, as a culture, what would you personally hope that is?
I think, that this is a true art form, that it takes an enormous amount of work, and that there is a craft to this. And I guess having respect, even if there's aspects of comedy or there are performers that maybe are not your personal taste, just having respect for those who engage in this art form and understanding how hard it really is to make great comedy, whether it's Saturday Night Live, whether it's I Love Lucy, whether it's doing stand-up like Jerry Seinfeld and Nate Bargatze, that this is a challenging but very rewarding, art form. And hopefully, while you're learning, you're also coming to a museum that is filled with laughter. I mean, what we love about the National Comedy Center is it's the only museum where you're just hearing loud laughs as you turn every corner and walk down every hallway. And so the fact that we're bringing joy while educating is something that we just love.
Wow.
Gary Hahn is the Vice President of Marketing and Communications at the National Comedy Center and Lucy Desi Museum. It's been too long. Let's not make it so long again. Let's figure out the next big event that you guys are curating and rolling out and get your butt on here so we can talk about that in specificity and all the work that goes into simply putting together one particular exhibit. Promise us, Gary, right now on the air.
I'd love to. And this is an important year for us because this is the 75th anniversary year of I Love Lucy, so we got lots of things happening this year, and we'd love to see your listeners come visit. They will not regret it. They'll have a great time.
By the way, Lindsay, we have a pillow that says I Love Lucy that sits on our couch back in California. Just wanted to
Well,
let you
and
know.
you can't, Jim, we can't ignore the fact that Dave Nemo says over in the chat, not only that, but Lucy was called the greatest pair of legs on Broadway back in 1933. Don't dumb her down, but all that and a bag of chips. We'll just say #balance to Lucy and Viva la Lucy.
Great ball of fire. Gary Hahn is here, Vice President, Marketing Communications at the National Comedy Center. Thank you, Gary. We love having you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Great
Gary.
to talk to you.
I am going to go run over to the little boys' room. I'll be right back. Lindsay will take you out
I'll
of
be
here.
right here. I got you.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered.
through one
simple
act. One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Thursday.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Seize the day and come on down to Fast Sports Studios. Hang out with RadioNemo. Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler.
Down in Frala Holler at the Acashore Studios over in Franklin/Nashville/everywhere, Tennessee.
Freshville. No, that sounds trashier than it is. It's
Well,
pretty trashy though.
I will
the
say,
further
though,
north you go.
I'm gonna take you to Thrashville.
Bring it on down.
Sounds like you're about to beat someone down.
Give you good thrashing and freshing. Lindsay Lawler, Jimmy Mack, Phone Master Thibodeau. Of course, over in the grand old Boston, Dean Croke joined us for the first hour as well. Man, today really felt like a gang. Something else, Lindsay, before we say hello to the person sitting across from you, something else I want to point out today that I was thrilled with. We love it when we have regular, recurring guests and you guys feel comfortable enough to give them a call. Even sometimes when we open the phone, people, I don't know, I want to call during that. We love that. The more this feels like a gang, the better off we all are, because after all, getting people together under one big banner, drinking some coffee, shooting the shinola, we are more about fellowship than fraudsters. We are more about, good times rather than grievance. And we are thrilled to have you here at Road Gang Radio. Good morning to you, Lindsay Lawler, Double L, the brand that knows no end.
Mm-hmm. Was that a fat joke?
It was.
Okay. So I agree it does. It every day feels a little more gangier, not in a good way.
Posse. It's like a
My posse. My tribe. My
Amigos.
people.
Roll up a posse. Get a room.
Yeah.
We're gonna
And
go.
the calls and the comments have been great today. I do agree when the more people hear, the regulars return. And I love that when we were introducing Meg and Kate too, like I meant it with such a compliment to say, Meg and Kate Nelson, one of the smartest people I know, but you'd never know it. And I mean that in a good way.
I got it.
She's spunky.
You got it.
We got it.
Well, and I bring that up because the person who just walked in my studio and sat across from me is not only one of my best friends in the entire universe, but also she hosted a podcast for a long time called The Smartest Person in the Room, co-hosted it. And she's a reader and a writer and a podcaster and somebody who shares a sentiment that I do. And she really stamped this and coined the share your stuff, both in her online and podcasting and her books. But she believes that if you share yourself, you'll be less lonely. And that's what being in a gang, being a part of this, being a part of any community you find is really all about, right? It's so simple and we make it so complicated. And Laura's here
Wait,
from
what was
LA.
that? So what?
So complicated. But Laura Tremaine just sat down across from me. She's one of my best friends in the world. We met, we were set up, and were college roommates in a dorm. She came from small town Ardmore, Oklahoma, population her, and then we met in college, lived together, and I was coming from Dallas. We had very different personalities, and they complemented each other so beautifully. We lived together in LA. We got married in the same year. Our husbands worked together. She and I have just spent a lot of life knowing a lot of things about each other. And she's here because I'm helping her with an event in Nashville that she's doing in April. We're doing some walkthroughs. So she stayed here last night, and we stayed up too late talking by the fire, but it was beautiful with she and I and my husband. So please make welcome to the show one of my favorite people in the entire universe and beyond, Laura Tremaine. Hi, friends.
Hello, friends. I'm glad to be back.
I'm glad you're here.
Well,
I pulled her in. I just texted her, and I was like, hey, come sit quick.
I'm declaring Laura Tremaine one of the official new members of the reconstituted Road Gang.
Valid.
Yes.
Stamped of approval.
Yes. I will take it.
Welcome aboard, Laura. How you been, by the way? How you
So good. I'm so glad it's 2026.
That's fair to say.
Valid.
The dumpster fire that was 2025.
Oh, my God. The
Has
number
expired.
of people I have talked to, by the way, over the last couple of months on all sides of the spectrum and all places who said, man, it's 2025 over with. I realize that it's a man-made, factum. But I'm just glad that those words 2025 are no longer part of my vocabulary.
Yes.
Except
same.
a rear view mirror kind of situation.
Preach.
How was your trip over?
It was easy. It was coming from Los Angeles to Nashville is pretty easy, especially getting out of LA, which had a really hard 2025, speaking of. Like, it's been really tough there. So it's nice to get a little change of pace, come to Nashville, which I love, and see Lindsay. So, yeah.
What's interesting, too, because there's a lot of, Laura, we have a lot of truck drivers who listen to the show. A lot of very conservative-minded humans that listen to the show, but also not. We have all spectrums. And so what's interesting, Jim, about Laura, who comes from small-town Oklahoma, world was completely expanded when she moved to California 25 years ago?
2001. So, 25 years ago.
You mean 13 years ago. Sorry.
Right. Thank you. But, like, Laura has declared herself a Californian, and I love anybody who, whether you agree or disagree with where they're at, and that's fine if you do, but just stamps it and claims it. Like, you're not like one foot in, one foot out. You're like, I understand the shortcomings, I understand the beauty, all of it, and with all of it, with the blessings and the curses and the beauty and the hard stuff, I love it all, I claim it all. And I feel that, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel that about you. Like, we were talking last night, and I was like, I never saw myself being in California a long time or LA specifically. LA and California are two different animals, but I never saw myself being, unconsciously, being in LA for a long time. I knew it was going to be something I dipped my toe in a season. I don't know if you would have ever planned you're here now, but now, 25 years later, like, owning it and claiming it, how does that feel? Because it is so different from where you come from.
Well, I did spend many years, way more than a decade, straddling the fence with one foot in, one foot out. Like, when I would meet people for years after moving to LA in 2001, people, if I was traveling or something and people would be like, oh, where are you from? I would always say, well, I live in LA, but I'm from Oklahoma. It was really important to me to have both parts of that identity whenever I introduced myself. Like, I didn't claim California as like my forever home for a very long time, mostly because I think when you're traveling in any part of the world and you say that you're from Los Angeles or you say from California, it immediately evokes a certain type of cliche or stereotype or something that I just wasn't ready to embrace. So I always wanted to, like, temper it with some kind of balance of being from Oklahoma. So, like, I'm not a crazy LA person. I grew up in small town Oklahoma. And so I kept straddling that fence for a really long time. And then, I don't know, 15 years in, so maybe about 10 years ago, is when I decided to drop the Oklahoma part of that introduction, which doesn't mean it's still a huge part of my identity, but it's just not what I lead with anymore. Like, I'm a Californian. I've been there longer than I lived in Oklahoma at this point. The tipping point came and went. So I'm an Angelino.
It's interesting. I mean, Jim, you're a New Orleanian, but you do live in Southern California. Although you haven't been there in a long time.
I got to tell you, I hate New York City. It's cold and it's damp. I keep thinking about Randy Newman's "I Love L.A." song. Good God Almighty, I could certainly use a little bit of L.A. in my life right now. And
but do you do that when you're in Southern California? Do you say,
no,
I live here, but I'm a New Orleanian? Do you claim both, or do you not?
I say I actually tell people that I'm a tanker. I tell people that I'm literally a wanderer. I really am a wanderer. I'm not from anywhere. I know that I have a lot of identification, but the last.
But when you're in New Orleans, you claim New Orleans.
Well, I know
very, very.
I know it.
Matter of factly.
I know it, but the last 7 months in particular have really kind of. I haven't been able to, because of you know what's going on over here. So I have been so knee deep in all of this stuff. Maybe I would if I re-embraced it. But it's been really, really hard to find any kind of spare moments or time. And I don't identify as anywhere anymore. I'm starting to identify as playwright again. That's how I'm starting to identify.
Do it. Claim it.
I get it, though. And by the way, speaking of being able to go to L.A. from L.A. to Nashville, it's my favorite flight, by the way, Laura. I love the fact that it's one of the few remaining red eyes that I can get off of a plane in Nashville at 4 o'clock in the morning, having left Burbank at 9 o'clock at night. I love that.
I did not do that, but
there's
that is
a direct
thing.
flight. There's a direct
different
flight.
strokes.
Yeah,
that's not my bag either.
I love that. They call it the contractor flight. There's one direct flight on Sunday night, or maybe it stops in Vegas, but whatever it does, it's really kind of fast and painless. There is one flight where there are all these guys who basically have companies in California and contracting firms in California who then fly back home to Nashville so they can not get taxed on their Social Security benefits. Good for them. God bless them.
Good for them.
And it's all the same people on the same plane being like, good to see you again, good to see you, good to see you.
Good for
I
them.
did it for about 6 months. Yeah.
Since we talked about gang, this is the Road Gang. This is Road Gang Radio. Laura, welcome to it. I had a friend reach out to me. This is actually really funny, but it made me think of you, Laura. I actually responded commenting about you. I had a friend reach out to me, and she said, hey, it was right at the beginning of the year, hey, do you want to work with, I want to put together like a women's, or she didn't say women's, but I know that's what she meant, accountability group, a mastermind group, as I think, what do you call your
mastermind.
Your mastermind, right? And I've wanted to do this for a while. I've watched yours. I've watched a lot of people who I respect that have these groups, and I've seen how it's moved the needle for them and everyone else in a win-win scenario. But what was really funny, Laura and Jim, is that she said, and I was like, oh my gosh, I've been wanting, and she's a person that she's brilliant. She's both a comedian and a writer and a therapist and a musician. Like, she's all these things that are interesting and doing it on a high level. And I'm like, yeah, you're the kind of person I would want from that. And she knows me well. I know her well. So I was like, yeah. But then she followed it up with, she goes, well, I don't know anybody to be in the group. I was going to rely on you for that. And I was like, what? You can't come with no one to the table. Because in my head, I'm like, and so then we kind of came to the conclusion. I'm like, okay, what about if you got to bring one person to the table outside of yourself? But I like the idea of if you really trust who you're asking to be in this group. I was like, okay, what if you ask 2 people and I ask 2 people and then we ask those 2 people to ask 2 people or something of that? Because I'm like, if you truly vet and trust who you're adding to your gang, then you would hope that they would understand the criteria of who they bring. Because I said to her, I'm like, I don't want to ask the 10 people or whatever number. I'm like, I want to expand my network too. It's, So anyway, I bring that up because when we talk about Road Gang, we talk about finding your tribe. We talk about people, we're only as good as the people we surround ourselves with. Your mastermind group, Laura, have been together for quite some time. When you first set out to put that together, because Jim, I want your take on this too, but putting together that kind of group, everybody listen out on the road. I think this is, you're out on the CBs, these people that you trust, the trucker bosun and the marshals of the world and paperclip, all these people that you reach out to, that's part of your tribe or your group or your mastermind. What's important to you, Laura, when you are thinking about who you're very good about boundaries and who you give your time and energy to. So thanks for being here. But what's important to you when you set out to when you put that group together? How mindful were you about it, or were you asked into it? Just talk to us about how that group kind of came to be.
So I was invited into it by a good friend, fellow podcaster, and she had invited another podcaster and another sort of online creator who did like YouTube and things like that. And so there's only 4 of us actually. And I knew everybody in it loosely. I was only friends with the one who invited me, but then I knew the other 2 women just online. And what ended up mattering to me about it, and this might not even be the answer that you're looking for, but this is the truest answer. We became friends, good friends, because it's now been so many years, 6 years. But in the beginning, what was important about it is that this is not a friendship group. This is a mastermind. So when we have our
big difference.
Yeah, it's a big difference. When we have our meetings or gatherings or, get together, like, I'm not going to ask about your kids. I don't care. We are here to talk about our what we've gathered for, which was work. This was a work mastermind. And I think you can have all kinds of masterminds, which is a little bit what I write about in my book, The Life Council, which is a book about friendship. But my particular mastermind was work focused, and I needed to have a place where I could only talk about work. I don't want to keep up with your personal life, and I don't want you to keep up with mine, actually. My real life friends who I talk to about my kids and my marriage and my whatever, they don't understand Substack. They don't understand podcast subscribers. I need you because you understand that in my mastermind. I need an hour to talk about growing my podcast, and I don't need to do any small talk about like the weather, anything. And that, like I said, we became friends over time just by nature of proximity and meeting all the time. But starting with that intention of like, I need a place where I can just talk about this one thing was so good. it took a lot of all the other pressures of like the niceties that you have to have in like friendship, or I'm going to send you flowers for your birthday, or like whatever, all of the things.
Took a lot of pressure off.
Yeah, it was a very focused relationship, but it was very helpful. It's very helpful to have people in your workspace, or if you have like a super intense hobby, you know, where you are just like, that person gets my craziness about this thing, and we can only talk about that thing. And it was really good. Like being in a monthly meeting with other women doing the same kind of work I was doing, it helped me. It helped me grow my podcast. It helped me grow my audience. It helped me write a book. I don't think I would have written my books or gotten my book deal if they hadn't been really like pushing me to, you know, move forward with that
Laser
process.
focus.
Yeah.
Wow. Jim, that makes me think about anytime we get in I mean, maybe that needs to come up even in our own work and be like, we're not, because we waste a lot of time at the front end of meetings talking about stuff that I'm not going to say doesn't matter, but doesn't matter to why we're here for the meeting.
Yes.
Well, and so
Big difference.
This is interesting because there's a lot of things that are kind of worth talking about, and we like kind of giving away what goes on behind the scenes. This is important, and I think Laura's onto something here, is that if you called me, if Lindsay called me at 1 o'clock in the morning to talk about her day, I'd be like, are you out of your mind? What is going on here? If Lindsay called me at 1 in the morning because there's a bit that she wants to do on the show, or because there's something that she wants to change, and I'll talk for 3 hours with her. And it's so important, I think, to a large degree in regards to people that I want to hang out with. Like if I choose everybody that I want to hang out with, we never stop talking about the other stuff. Yeah. Ever. It's all that's important to me. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. It's like, you know, that's the difference between Chris Rock talks about the job and the career, and then even go beyond that into passion. And the idea that it's like, if I don't take care of this, and Laura, please tell me if I got this right. One of the things that's so important about the mastermind is that there is a point when you figure out, you know, we were talking about John Smoltz the other night, and him saying genius is not just figuring out the thing that you're best at, but it's realizing that you won't accept anything in your life that doesn't allow you to do that for the rest of your life. And I will tell you this too, is that there's a point where you begin to feel like you're going to die if you don't have a space to do exactly the kind of thing that you're talking about, that you actually aren't able to do small talk at all because you're like, I don't want to talk about that right now. I need to focus on this thing that I haven't made progress on. And because you give yourself that, what that does is it's literally telling people to be quiet, stop screwing around, stop worrying about what the weather is like, unless, of course, you're a trucker. Then it is your business, as our good friend
Literally your business.
Chowder proved that this morning. He didn't talk about the weather like, let me tell you about the weather. It was like, here's the situation in the great American West, that if you're not careful, you're in trouble. That's a very different thing than being like, dude, I don't care. I don't care. It ain't that kind of party. Matter of fact, it isn't a party at all. Let's get to work.
Yeah.
That's kind of it.
Yeah, and it also sort of weeded out all the other people. Like, let's say you go to a work mixer, a networking thing, a conference, anything that are of a gathering of people who are doing the same thing you're doing or passionate about the same thing you're doing. Or
a diner.
Or wherever. And you feel like, okay, they say they're also into writing or the radio or whatever. And then you realize, like, pretty quickly, they're not that serious about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So having a mastermind of people who are at the same seriousness level as you are. Now, we were not all at the same success level. And now, 6 years in, we're definitely not at the same success level. Some people are not doing the same thing they're doing as we started. Some people have really, really rocket shipped into success. But we're all the same amount of serious about it. So when we talk about it, it's not just like, maybe I'll try this, maybe I won't. It's like, all right, what are you going to do to move the needle in your business this month? Because you're going to have to report back to us next month.
Yeah, I'm not here to help you figure out what you want to do in life. I want people that are so passionate about that the vision is clear, and maybe just, like, I know for me, I know the vision. I'm still figuring out how to articulate it, but I know, and I'm obsessed with where I'm going. I am looking for those people to help me, and vice versa, facilitate with these kind of conversations like you're talking about, how to continue to get there, not to stray from the vision, but to support it and lift it up. And I love, Jim, that she said that about it. Actually, it just changed the whole idea, if I even move forward with this group, about going into it. It's like taking the niceties out of it. It's not, because, you know me, Laura, and as do you, Jim, I will try to be like, let's all get along, what I have to do. And like that already is now, we've lost the purpose. Now you're just adding one more thing to my plate versus one thing that's going to help and enhance my plate, might enhance my hot plate.
Yeah.
No, I mean that is spotted. And by the way, this is about earlier in the show today, Laura. There is a regular recurring guest that we have on our show. He's borderline the morning host. He's on so often in the morning before Lindsay arrives. A guy named Dean Croke. I just realized, Lindsay, why I like him so much. It's all he cares about. He's fascinating. He's wide in his knowledge. He's vast in his knowledge. He can talk about the Citizen M Hotel like he did this morning. He can talk about festivals all over the country. He loves it. It's what he wants to do. He is so purpose-driven on creating content and telling stories and analyzing the data. And because of it, and because of the fact that he's also a warm and decent human being.
With a cool Australian accent.
With a cool Australian accent.
That's hot.
But it really does make a difference, and I realize why why we have that friendship is because of we could do this all morning long. This shouldn't. It's like if this is a job, then you've got the wrong job because you're wasting somebody's time at this point. And it's like all of us sit in positions where, man, oh man, if this is just a job, you are literally taking up somebody else's space, and that's it. That's the other thing you have to remember, too. When you work in the field that you work in, Laura, if anybody who is working around you is sitting there just because they need a job, they're taking up the space of somebody who wants to do that and do nothing else.
Yeah, that's right.
That's it.
Kind of goes back to the volleyball conversation last night. Pivot.
Pivot?
But a little bit, just a loose. Laura's daughter is heavily involved in volleyball, very good at it, and it's become plot twist, like 90% of your life.
Yeah.
But she was talking about last night. There's one girl on the team who, talking about Laura kind of navigating what her daughter wants to do next as far as what she's going to do after high school and then college, whatever. And without going too much into that, Laura brought up the idea that there's another girl on the team, which, once we dedicate to these sports and club, whatever, it's expensive. It's a massive time commitment. If you're not all in, you need to be all out.
Right.
And she was talking about there's one girl who is raised by a single mom and financially they don't have the means to really keep up with it. So and she knows that in order for her to go to college, it's gonna have to be on this kind of scholarship. So they are like all in. And Laura's like, we sat our daughter down and was like, whatever you're gonna be, like either be all in or not, but don't take up somebody's place. If not, I'm not sure that's how you posed it to your daughter.
It's the same thing.
But it's the general idea of that. If this isn't what you want to do, there's somebody else who will. It's like Nashville. I remember when I got to Nashville with my suitcase in hand on the street in Broadway. If you have that visual of me, that's not what happened. And like getting at Tootsie's back in the day, 20 years ago, Tootsie's, you had to fight for that spot. And I'll never forget being told, if this isn't what you want to do, get out of the way because there's 10 women waiting at the back door to get in, or men, but in my case, certainly women. So it's you can relate it to anything. Or in trucking, if you want to be the best at what you want to do, then do that. If not, don't do it. I mean, again, something so simple that we make kind of difficult, right?
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't even have to be about like need based, although what we were talking about is like there's a lot of kids that are using the sport, especially as women's volleyball grows, to get in, that's their ticket to college, which is fantastic, and I'm all for that. But even if you take that piece out of it, like a need based thing, when I was telling my daughter of like there are people who they just have a different drive for this, and I don't want you to take up a spot just because you've had good training and you're kind of at the right club and you're kind of in the right spot at the right time, and so you might get an offer, but there are people in line behind you who care so much more about this, like
and need this,
and need it maybe, but like just let them through, like the
other thing is, and by the way, I can hear a distinction that I actually agree with. We're not talking about deserves, not whether you deserve it or not. That is something that nobody can determine. Deserves has got nothing to do with this. What we're talking about is you are in a place that needs to be filled with passion. If it isn't your passion, please get the living hell out of the way.
Yes, exactly. I agree. It's not about deserves. It's not about, you can layer this conversation into a lot of different things that none of us are saying.
Because people start, and we've been debating this around here for a while, people start getting into all kinds of nonsense. Well, I deserve the money and I deserve the lifestyle. Nope, doesn't work that way. That's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about is, do you want this? How bad do you want this thing? And if you don't, go apply that hard work ethic you have to something that you do want.
Yes.
Because you're killing somebody else's dream. You're
Yeah,
killing
exactly.
someone's dream.
And they're going to fight harder for it. If we relate it to football, real quick, I know we're almost out of time in the show, but Seamus mentioned last night one of our friends' son's neighbor plays. He's a linebacker for the University of Tennessee, and he said that, and he's from Sierra Leone. He did grow up in the very early years and some hardship, and then now has a lot of opportunity. Now that he's come to America, he's been raised by a family who will do anything for him, and trying to support that. That being said, there's a kid that showed up, they said, to the first day of practice with a trash bag of his belongings, and that was all he had. And the coach looked at him and said, "That's who you're playing against." That landed on me so hard. That's who you're playing against. The kid that's got nothing to lose because he's kind of got nothing but his passion to do this. Now that's who you're playing against. And if you take that mentality into whatever it is you do, you're playing against the guy who is so passionate, but this is his only shot. You only get one shot to not miss your chance to blow the opportunity. It comes one in a lifetime. Thank you, Eminem. That's who you're playing against. Let's go.
By the way, I have a quote for both of you. It's from Pete Carroll about what actually his first incarnation as a head coach was bad. It wasn't good. He made some decisions. He did some reading. He did some soul searching. This is what he said. He actually took John Wooden and Jerry Garcia and combined them into one thought. Reading Wooden, I realized if I'm going to be a competitor, if I'm ever going to do great things, I'm going to have to carry a message that's strong and clear, and nobody's going to miss the point ever about what I'm about. Jerry Garcia, that's Wooden, by the way. Here's the Garcia part. Jerry Garcia said he didn't want his band to be the best ones doing something. He wanted them to be the only ones doing it. To be all by yourself out there doing something that nobody else can touch, that's the thought that guides me, that guides this program. We're going to do things better than's ever been done before in everything we do, and we're going to compete our ass off, and we're going to see how far that takes us. And I love the idea that the work ethic combined to be an innovator can actually drive you as a purpose-driven life. I just wanted to kind of share that with you guys. I've been holding on to that all morning long. Never got to it. Finally did.
Boom. Boom. Laura Tremaine, you can find out more about her if you head on over to lauratremaine.com. She's got a really cool event coming up in April. And we'll talk more about that at a later day. But if you're curious about friendship, or men out there listening that just want your wife to find a network so that she'll stop bugging you with all her problems, then she should probably read Laura's books. I'm just saying. Get yourself a gang, get yourself a tribe, get yourself a mastermind, whatever it takes. Guys, coming up tomorrow on Road Gang Radio on this show, How We Make a Life, afterward, we've got, starting at 9 o'clock, you can touch Jim What Happens from 7 to 9, but at 9 o'clock, we've got Connor McAnally with his crime thriller, which is very cool, called Bullets in the Water. We've got Christopher Menino, who's talking about bonding with your kids through play. I have some real questions about this. And then it's your country and Western music news, brought to you by, me, Lindsay Lawler.
By the way, we do have our ongoing military segment brought to you by our friends from Fastport. Start the morning off after Pastor John gives us a word of affirmation. And Jack Kelly will be here. He'll be talking about Tom Paine's War, the words that rallied a nation and the founder of our time. Go to jackkellybooks.com. Love you, Lou.
Love you too. Get home safe.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Thursday.
Happy 2026 from the Allen Lund Company to all the owner-operators across the U.S. Welcome to Trucking with OOIDA. I'm Ashley Blackford.
And I'm Scott Thompson.
Scott, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, Ashley. How are you?
I'm great.
Do you like my energy?
I do.
Is it high?
It is high.
Good.
And I think I can guess why.
Go ahead.
Judging what's in your
Give it a
cup
go.
there.
It is coffee.
Yes.
Coffee. OOIDA's finest brew.
Which I believe is, can we say the name?
I don't know if we can say the name. I mean, I
like
like
it. It's Folgers.
It's fine.
Right? It is Folgers. Isn't it?
I don't. I think so.
Oh.
Yeah, I go to the what is it? The carafe? Is that what it's called?
I have no idea.
I hit the pump and I put it in my mug.
Yeah.
And I drink it.
How do you take your coffee? I'm always interested. Yeah.
Black. Yeah. How about you?
Black. Yeah.
Yeah. I like to enjoy
It's
the
kinda
full.
boring.
Well, yeah. I'm not into that conversation. I guess. Yeah. No, I don't put a lot of stuff.
No.
In there.
One thing, my husband, he travels to Honduras a lot. He'll bring me home coffee, and typically it's like amazing.
That's good coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was one bag I cracked open a couple days ago. Awful, horrendous coffee.
What was the blend?
I have no idea. I had to throw the whole thing out. I actually prefer like Walmart's like Great Value donut shop coffee.
Yeah. Oh, the donut shop one's
That's
good. Yeah.
what I would choose.
You're a simple woman. You
Simple
like the
gal.
simple pleasures in life.
I like a deal.
You like a nice black coffee that isn't too crazy.
Yeah.
You don't know what the blend was?
I know. He brought me home a couple different bags. Actually, he brought me home a bag that had our daughter's name on it, and he didn't even notice, which I thought was kind of cool.
You didn't think it was cool that he didn't notice your daughter's name.
Well, no, but
Yeah.
I thought it was cool that her name was on it. But
Yeah.
but yeah, that's like a popular coffee brand there.
Yeah. Honduras has great coffee.
Yeah. No, most of the bags are really good. This one just didn't hit the mark.
I want to hear about Honduras at some point, but we don't have time right now, so
No.
I don't want to hear it right now, Ashley.
That's all right.
But we can talk about it some other point for sure.
Yeah.
Because that's an interesting story there.
Yeah.
What do we have on the show today? We've got Ohio State Rep Jack Daniels.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of beverages, although
Not that one.
not the same, not
No,
that,
not the
that
same
Jack
Jack
Daniels. He is a former truck driver. He obviously knows the profession. He is now a state lawmaker, and he's done something really cool there in Ohio in that he has helped form a coalition in the legislature that is dedicated specifically to the trucking industry. We've talked about truck parking there in Ohio a number of times. They are really committing to taking on some of the challenges and issues that truck drivers are facing out there. So that's a great conversation with, again, Ohio State Rep Jack Daniels talking about that. And Danielle Spinelli will come up a little bit later on in the show.
Yes.
She is known as the Fraud Girl.
The Fraud Girl,
The
yes.
Fraud Girl. She is anti-fraud, just to be clear.
Anti-fraud,
She
yes.
does
We
not
want to be
like
clear
fraud.
on that, yeah.
She's pushing back against fraud.
Yeah.
But we'll talk to her about a number of different schemes going around, how to stay safe,
Obviously
how
a
she
huge
got started.
issue.
She's got a great YouTube channel. Go check that out if you can as well. So great conversations coming right up on Trucking with OOIDA. We'll start out with Ohio State Rep Jack Daniels. State Rep Daniels, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much, Scott and Ashley. I appreciate being on the show.
Do you prefer State Rep Daniels? I know you're a relatively new lawmaker. Is Jack? What do you prefer?
I think Jack is just fine.
All right, we'll go with that. Nice. We appreciate it. I want to talk to you about all that you're doing there in the Ohio State House right now, but I think we should probably take a step back and start a bit further back here to your career in trucking, which I know dates back a little while. And looks like you might have grown up in the business. Is that right?
Pretty much so, yeah. My father was a driver, and when I was a kid, he got a job working in an office, which was kind of a big step up. I'm the youngest of 10 kids, so
wow.
I think it was a mandate by my mother that with these kids, he needed to be home a little more. So he dispatched for a little while, and he got an opportunity to buy into the company. And when I was 15, I started working with him and the guy that owned it. And the guy that owned it passed away about a week after I started there. So really, from about the age of 15, this has been my gig.
Did you feel a sense of obligation to do that? I mean, you were kind of joking there, but obviously it's something that you love doing as well, right? Do you kind of remember that the feelings back then as a teenager? Yeah.
I loved it. And as a teenager, my dad loved to drive. That's why he got into trucking, and I drive too. I still drive, but my dad really he pushed me to go ahead and take over while I was still in high school, and actually got our we were just a brokerage. I got our operating authority when I was still in high school, and started taking on owner operators. And by the time I was 30, we had 30 trucks or so. I started a cold storage operation. So I had about 50 employees by the time I was 30, and my dad was driving for me, and he actually drove for me until he was 84.
Wow.
That's impressive.
That is impressive. And the
It
company,
is.
yeah.
He was the master of the fleet and respected by everyone here.
And clearly loved it. I mean, if he was still doing it at 84.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. He loved it.
And the company's still going strong now, I believe, right?
Yes. Kendall Transport. We're based in Akron, Ohio, and we're about 45 to 50 trucks. Our operations run between roughly Nashville and Montreal, Quebec.
Wow.
Nice.
How often are you getting behind that? I know you're busy, a little bit busier now in a different way now, but are you still getting behind the wheel somewhat regularly?
Every once in a while,
Yeah.
it's since I got in the State House, it's definitely less because the time constraints of the State House are pretty intense. But I still get every once in a while. I used to drive at least monthly. I still get out when we have a snowstorm or something. I like to get out there and show everybody that you can still do this even when it snows.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta show them how to do it, right?
I've never been a manager who would ask anyone to do something
Yeah.
I'm not willing to do myself.
Those are the best.
I think that's really important.
Those are the best kinds of managers for sure. You mentioned, obviously your new gig there as a state representative representing the 32nd House District there in Ohio. I know that you served on, I believe, the school board and city council before your current position. I think this begs the question, just how did this all come about, the idea of going into public office?
Well, I've always wanted to be in the state legislature. I'm a child of the Reagan era, and I really believe in state government. I think it's important to note that we have 50 states with balanced budgets and one federal budget that is completely lost its mind. The real work is done at the state level, and I always had that as a goal. But I'm very happy that I got to go out and have a real career in the real world, to see all the bumps and trials and tribulations involving that before getting this opportunity. And the school board and a couple of years on city council were a good experience to help me understand a little bit more about the inside workings of government. So now that I'm here at the state level, I really feel like I bring a lot to the table.
You mentioned your career. How does your background in trucking translate into the legislative world?
Well, one good example is our work on third-party litigation funding, which is tort reform, basically. There's so much lawsuit abuse, and you see all these signs on the highway, hit by a truck, call lawyer XYZ, whoever it is of the day. They're preying on us, and I bring that perspective to the legislature. I also had a good conversation with another member of the Transportation Committee recently, where we were talking about fuel taxes and how those fuel taxes get used. Ohio has a trust fund, and trust fund monies can only be spent on the highway. And I said, I bring a little bit of credibility. At 60,000 gallons of fuel a month, I think that would equate to me paying $30,000 a month in fuel taxes.
Yeah.
So, I think that gives me credibility in conversations where maybe a new lawmaker might not otherwise.
I think that's a great thing about state houses in general. You look at the federal government, you look at lawmakers, a lot of them are attorneys, and I'm sure you've got a lot of that on the state level as well. But I think the great thing about state legislatures is that you do have, I think, more of a mix of people from different backgrounds and maybe different occupations and things like that. Has that been something that struck you as you've had conversations with your colleagues there in the State House?
Definitely. There are attorneys there, and they have a role. They represent their industry. But the nice thing about state legislatures, and it's the state legislatures around the country, we represent far fewer people. So my district, for instance, there's 99 House members in Ohio. We represent about 110,000 people. So it's easy for me to be connected to local businesses, including local township trustees and mayors and stuff like that, where The average U.S. congressman represents something like 850,000 people. So, we're definitely more commoners, and we also seem to have our own niche. There are a number of legislators that come from education, a number that come from healthcare. There's all different types of backgrounds, and I'm proud to be a trucker. There's actually, I believe there are 3 of us now who have current CDLs that are in the Ohio legislature.
Was that right? So you've got 2 others there with you.
Yep. One of them, he bragged to me when I got to town. He said, I have my CDL too. And I said, well, is your physical current? And his face kind of went red. And a week later, he came back in my office and he said, hey, guess what I got? I got my physical current.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah.
That's
great.
Right.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Has anything surprised you with making that turn? I think if you were to talk to most truck drivers and raise the possibility of running for public office and being a lawmaker, I think most of them would probably, run away from you or maybe scream something at you. Has anything surprised you? And obviously this is something that you wanted to do, but what's kind of stood out to you or maybe something you didn't expect by going into this new kind of realm, I guess?
Actually, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that you don't have to be an attorney. You don't have to be a rocket scientist. You don't have to know everything about the law to do this job, because we have in Ohio, and I know other legislatures have similar organizations, we have a legislative service commission, which is a team of attorneys that work with us. They're bipartisan in nature, and I can come up with an idea, and I can sit down on a confidential basis with this team of attorneys, and they can help me see whether my idea is credible, whether we can turn it into legislation, and then, of course, it's up to me to decide and figure out whether it's politically possible or not.
Sure.
But I think a truck driver with just a truck driver experience would be a fantastic state legislator. So I challenge those out there that have an interest in government to get involved, because you'd be surprised how much your experience is missing in government. So bring it on.
An important voice for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We wanted to talk to you about the Ohio Trucking Caucus.
Yes.
Love this idea. Will you tell us more about it?
Yeah. Actually, being new to this, I didn't know how a lot of this stuff worked. And Tom Balzer from the Ohio Trucking Association, who's a rock star for us, that's for sure. He came to me with the idea, and we put a group together. It was really interesting when we threw the idea of it out. A caucus is basically a group that tries to vote together. So when we threw the idea of a truck caucus out, we were really surprised how many different legislators answered the call and said, hey, I have huge trucking companies in my district. I may not be an expert in trucking, but I'd like to join the trucking caucus because it's important to my constituents. And then it was also interesting how many came out and said, my dad was a truck driver.
Yeah.
And I really understand those challenges that drivers go through, and I'd like to join your caucus. So I don't know what our total number is right now, but I know it was more than what we thought we were going to get. That's for sure.
I think that's interesting you say that too, because these are folks, it sounds like essentially volunteered for this caucus, right? So they do have an interest in, as you said, their constituents and the issues that are out there.
Correct. Some of them have a personal connection.
Yeah.
Obviously, the other guys that have CDL licenses joined it, but some there are a few that they just have a lot of trucking activity in their district, and they feel it's important to stay connected to what we're talking about.
So what does it look like exactly? So you've got this caucus, you've got this group, and obviously you're working toward some common goals, and you're talking about issues with regard to trucking. But what does it look like? Are you coming together once a month? Are you having kind of a free-for-all discussion and debate? Or, how is it kind of structured? Walk us through that, if you would.
It's a little bit of both.
Okay.
We have caucus events. So it's new. So we've had one, and it's like a reception where everybody gets together. we'll have a featured speaker, somebody to come in and talk on a specific topic. Some in the future, I know we're gonna start digging into some specific legislation that's important to the trucking industry. Tort reform is a huge one, so I suspect the next one will probably be tort reform related, lawsuit abuse related, to phrase it a different way. And then in general also, it's a nice sounding board as a legislator gets an idea that they can come to one of the members of the truck caucus and say, okay, we're thinking about doing this. Does this make sense to the trucking industry or not? Because some topics are confusing. With employment laws and regulations on employment laws, it can sound like a great idea that you think every trucker would love. But then when you get into the meat and potatoes of it, you find out, you're just creating more red tape for us.
Yeah.
So we're able to, as a group, kind of stand up and say, it's a great idea in principle, but in practicality, you're going to hurt us if you do that.
There's so many of those issues that look good on paper in trucking, and then you have that discussion, and you realize really quickly,
oh, wow,
looks good on paper,
Yeah.
but in reality, not going to work.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. You're just adding another hoop that we have to go through to
Yeah.
try to hire somebody, and we have so many federal regulations in this industry that I think the average baker or candy maker would be pretty blown away by what we have to adhere to from the federal level. Not even thinking about all the EPA mandated stuff that we're dealing with, but hours of service and everything. So it's easy for people to really miss the struggles that we have, and it's up to us in the truck caucus to make sure we raise our voice, and it's nice to have a group of us who can stand together and speak up.
You talk about the importance of educating your colleagues there, and again, I think that alone, is incredibly important and powerful, because I think a lot of folks out there don't realize what the trucking industry is and what it entails and how difficult a job it can be because of all those, things that you talked about there. You talk about the caucus kind of educating other lawmakers in the legislature there. How much educating are you doing with members of the caucus who clearly, again, have an interest in this topic? I would imagine you're having conversations and kind of walking them through some of these things as well, right?
Definitely, absolutely. It's another thing that we're going to try to do. We're going to try to have some trucks down at the State House at some time over the next year, where we can have members come up and get in a truck and ride around the block and see what it's like. Because we in the industry, we take this for granted. When you get somebody who's never been in a truck up there and then ask them, hey, look in the rearview mirror.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, I can't look at that one. I can't see that.
Yep, there's a blind spot. Yep.
They gain a tremendous amount of understanding of what a driver sees every day. It's an opportunity to help them feel that stress of, hey, have you ever taken a vacation with your family and driven for 10 hours? How do you feel at the end of that day?
Yeah.
Well, what if you were doing this every day and you dealt with all the stress and aggravation of the traffic and everything constantly, and that was your day? So I'm trying to help everybody see the stresses we go through, and hopefully bring more respect back to our industry. Because when I was a kid, we were the kings of the road, and we were respected in that way. If you remember the TV shows, BJ and the Bear, and all that.
Yep.
That shouldn't be a thing of the past.
Yeah.
And I hope to be an advocate to help bring that respect back.
Yeah.
I'm curious, what are some of the biggest misconceptions that you've heard?
That's a tough one. The first one, probably the biggest misconception, is how rich we are.
Oh yeah, we're just rolling in money over here.
Yeah,
you are as well, right? Yeah.
Yes. When people hear how competitive this business is post deregulation, the the challenge is, the fuel tax. That blows people's mind. When I tell them, I'm not a huge fleet. I'm significant. When they hear that I pay tens of thousands of dollars a month in fuel taxes, that's a pretty big shock to them. But yeah, they think that they think everybody that's got the money to own a truck is just rolling in it and probably has 10 vacation homes and has a Maserati in the garage and all that.
I've only got 8 vacation homes. I haven't quite hit 10 yet, sadly. But yeah, I'm curious too. You were talking about Tom Balzer, who we talked with recently, and actually we called him kind of on the heels of that big truck parking announcement that the Ohio Governor Mike DeWine made. Kudos to everybody involved in that. It's really encouraging to see. You talk about tort reform. We've seen some of that in other states, Georgia, Florida. There's been a couple others that have been kind of talking about it as well. And you mentioned that's something that you want to tackle here with the caucus. As you look down your wish list, I guess, of things that you would like the caucus to kind of get involved in and maybe build some momentum on, what does that wish list look like?
Well, thanks for mentioning the truck parking, because I forgot about that. Here's a great misconception. A couple of legislators were actually lobbying against this because they thought we in the trucking industry had the money to just go buy the property and build the spots ourselves.
Well, really?
And I said, well, think about that. How exactly would that work? And they were saying, well, look how big UPS is. I said, well, look how many sleeper trucks UPS has.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're looking at this the wrong way.
Yeah.
That's not who needs the parking. It's the smaller fleets that are scattered around the country that are here servicing manufacturers in the state of Ohio that need that support. So yeah, the truck parking is a very big deal. One of my big initiatives, a couple of them. One is traffic flow and traffic patterns and drivers' behavior. In the last 15 years, the average driver in the country has just really, I don't want to be disparaging, but has become less educated on how things work on the road.
Yeah.
Slower traffic, keep right is a good example. And I'm very proud of the fact that within my first couple months in the legislature, I was able to get the Ohio DOT to put the word state law above the signs that say keep right except to pass. They complain about trucks being in the left lane, but if cars are constantly sitting in all 3 lanes and we get an opportunity to pass because, we're slowed down by hills, it's a challenge. It's an added stress to our day. So educating drivers on how to use the road in a safe way that reduces the stress for not only for us but for them as well. We want to reduce anger driving. We really want to calm down the road if at all possible. So that's definitely one of my goals. Another one, being on the transportation committee and being involved in the transportation budget, is to make sure that fuel tax money is spent where it belongs.
Mm-hmm.
There's a push in Ohio and in many states to take that fuel tax money and create walking trails through parks. And I hate to break it to you, but that's not what that money was intended for. It's in a trust fund for a reason.
Yeah.
Now, if you've got a way that your walking trail is going to reduce traffic, okay, bring it on. Maybe we can have a conversation. But
explain
but
that
I don't
to
think
me.
I don't think that's their plan.
Yeah. We said this to Tom when we spoke with him, but this idea of this caucus, I love it. I am not familiar, and I don't think he was either, with other states doing this, which to me, again, this is one of these ideas where it's just like, this makes too much sense not to do this elsewhere. Are you aware of other states doing this at all, or even talking about this?
I am not.
Yeah, okay.
With my brief time in the legislature, I haven't had an opportunity to get out and really talk to a lot of other states, but I plan to. So there's a couple of organizations of state legislators around the country that I'm going to be involved in. The Speaker of the House was kind enough to make me the chair of transportation of one of the committees. So I'm going to Philadelphia in a month or so and I definitely plan to talk about it, because anybody that's involved, if you're involved in transportation, you're on a transportation committee, you need to have some connection to trucking.
Yeah.
It's not everything to do with transportation. Obviously, there's planes, trains, and automobiles and boats and all that kind of stuff. But we're a very significant player, and I really believe we're underrepresented. So my goal is to get some truck caucuses going in other states and help them see how we can get the word out.
Yeah, I would love to see it, and keep us updated. Obviously, if that gains any traction here. And to your point too, earlier you made it earlier on about other truck drivers. If they have an interest in public office, it really would be beneficial for everybody if we had more people like yourself in places they can actually make a difference there.
Absolutely.
State Representative Daniels, or Jack, I should say, we'll let you go here. Any final thoughts before we do let you go, though?
No, thank you very much for recognizing me, and I think I have a unique perspective to advocate for truck transportation, and I appreciate people like you helping me amplify that voice.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, thanks for all you're doing there. Really appreciate your time today, and we'll keep an eye on you. So if anything breaks there, we'll reach back out to you.
All right, thanks a bunch, both of you. Everybody have a great day.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Welcome back to Trucking with OOIDA. Whether you like it or not, autonomous vehicles are becoming more and more common on American roadways, which is actually providing us more information about the safety of AV technology. Our next guest recently looked into what we know and what we don't know about the safety gaps that are out there right now. Missy Cummings is currently an engineering and computer science professor at George Mason University, and she joins us now on Trucking with OOIDA. Professor Cummings, how are you today?
Great, and it's great to be back.
Yeah, it's great to have you, and I'm going to pick your brain and we're going to get to the bottom of this autonomous vehicle thing here, if we play our cards right here. I want to start actually by kind of touting your credentials, if I may. As I said there, you're a researcher and a professor now. Before that, you were a senior safety advisor at NHTSA. You were also a fighter pilot. So you've clearly done a lot, but you really seem to have grasped onto this autonomous vehicle subject. I'm curious what drew you initially to the issue to begin with, and also what's kept your interest in this topic going?
Well, what really drew me was the fact that I had been a fighter pilot, which is working with some of the most advanced automation. This was back in the 90s, and seeing so many people die. And it was amazing to me that there could be so many deaths given the fact that this technology was supposed to be so advanced, and also, even back then, it's going to be safer with all these technologies were somehow going to make pilots safer, and that just didn't happen. So I decided to go back to school to find out more about how can we better design systems to work with humans instead of against them.
That's interesting. So even back then in the 90s, obviously, I think we were talking probably about different technology when you look at, fighter jets and whatnot. But there are some parallels now, to what we're seeing now with autonomous vehicles. What kind of technology were we talking about back then that kind of was raising concerns?
Well, even back then, there was a problem with mode confusion. And indeed, it was the 90s that really brought this concept to our attention. And that is the fact that automation or autonomy can be in one mode, but if it's not designed correctly, humans can easily mistake it to be in another mode. And so that can lead to, in some cases, catastrophic accidents. And also just simply how to design systems so that people can understand how their interactions are going to affect the system.
Yeah, certainly parallels then to what we're talking about today. And I think we can jump into your most recent research paper here titled Identifying Research Gaps Through Self-Driving Car Data Analysis. Take us back to the beginning of this paper. What was the angle? How did this particular study begin, and what were you looking for in particular?
Well, that paper was a direct response to Waymo's claims that their cars were safer than human drivers. And I wanted to take a fresh look at the data that has been coming to light through the NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Standing General Order, and also data that was coming to light through the California Waymo program, their reporting program they had. And when you look at that data, it is actually quite clear that Waymo's claims are not true. So if I'm giving Waymo the benefit of the doubt, at best their claims could be seen that they are at least on par with rideshare drivers. But this is something that people don't know in America, is that rideshare drivers are having accidents 4 to 6 times more often than your average driver like you or me. And that's pretty concerning, that fact in and of itself. And it does look like, at least for the deployment in California, that Waymo is on par with rideshare drivers. But even this is a tricky comparison because Waymo has remote operators, one or more, supervising every single drive. And so it's not really a direct and fair comparison. It's an apples to oranges thing. You and I, when we drive, nobody's helping us from a remote operations center. So it's not really fair to compare regular drivers to driverless cars with all sorts of human babysitters. So I wanted to address those numbers. But then I also wanted people to understand, look, we should stop making these comparisons because they're not the same. One, self-driving cars have all this remote assist and humans don't. So let's just stop the comparison. What we really need to look at are the modes of accident. How are the accidents really happening? And is there something we can do to reduce those? And one of the things that was clear in the research that we did is that far and away the highest accident modality is that self-driving cars are getting hit from behind. And there's some reasons for that we can go into in a few minutes. But this is an accident modality that we hadn't really understood yet because we didn't have the data to understand that it was there.
Right. And we do have that data now, thanks in part, I think, because we do have in California, right, we've got Cruise, we've got Waymo, we've got Zoox as well, which have been conducting these autonomous, I want to say experiments, but it's even gone beyond experiments, right, in that they're actually having passengers in there. But we do have enough data now to kind of make a determination on all the things that you're talking about, right? We do have enough. Is that right?
Yeah. So now the data is in, and the data is showing us that on any given month, Waymo is experiencing almost 2 times more rear-end collisions that your average driver is experiencing. And having sat through some of those investigations, it's quite clear that there is a problem in self-driving cars that the computer vision systems, even when they're augmented with sensors like LiDAR, they will see things that aren't there. This is what we call phantom braking / hallucinations.
Right.
And this causes the cars to do aggressive hard braking maneuvers, much harder than your average driver is making. And then even if you're following 2 seconds distance, even if you're doing the best driving that you've been taught, because self-driving cars can actuate harder and faster than humans, then you're going to see humans who are otherwise paying attention rear end the back of cars, and with very bad effect. Indeed, this is the reason, one of the main reasons that you're not seeing self-driving trucks able to start actually driving for real. Because it's one thing for a Toyota Sentra to slam on its brakes going 65 miles an hour, and it's a completely other for a semi-tractor trailer to do it. And if we can't fix this problem, if we cannot figure out how to address the phantom braking problem, self-driving trucking is DOA.
Yeah, and I certainly want to talk about that. I do want to make sure that we focus on kind of what's going on with the research that you did here, in that you talk about phantom braking. Is that, and that's by far I think the most common cause for these crashes involving these autonomous vehicles. But what are some of the other causes that were out there as well? Maybe kind of moving down the list in terms of what caused them.
Yeah, there's also, in addition to the phantom braking issues, there are a lot of perception problems where cars will not see things that are there. And we know that, for example, things that have long, thin protrusions are causing cars to not see them. Think about gates, like the gate arm. That's very hard for self-driving cars to see. And it is both hard for them to see because the sensors can't get it like LiDAR necessarily, but also the computer vision programs that are underpinning this. They're not being trained sufficiently on all the different objects that could be seen. And indeed, things like fences, gates, wires, they're hard to see even for humans. And so it's a real heavy lift for self-driving cars to do it. And there's also a big problem with what we call just reasoning. Every now and then, I just saw another video the other day of a Waymo going the wrong way down the street.
Yep.
The cars this is what I tell people about self-driving cars and also about generative AI, like large language models. AI doesn't know anything. It doesn't reason. It doesn't think. And this is what you'll see. This is how you know that AI is not reasoning, thinking like a human, because how do these cars end up going so far down the wrong way down the street that, they struggle to get out of the situation that they're in? So the good news is that the number of problems that we're having with cars having these big thinking hiccups, they're fortunately at a much lower number than we're seeing than things like the phantom braking issue.
Gotcha. Yeah, so phantom braking is by far and above the number one concern here that we're looking at least right now.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing in the data right now.
You know about these problems and you know about the issue, which means that I would have to assume, and I would hope, I guess as well, that, your Waymos and your Cruises and these other companies know about the issue also. If you got them behind closed doors and, gave them some truth serum or something, I'm sure that they would admit that that is a problem as well. Would they be saying also that, hey, we're working on fixes, there is a technological fix to this, and it's just a matter of time? Or is this a situation where it's such a big problem that it's going to be tough to overcome? How do you, I guess, kind of, see that situation kind of playing out?
Yeah, I think it's too early to say what is going to be an absolute showstopper or not. Personally, in my own research, we're trying to find the sources of these problems. So, for example, it was my lab who found out that the long, thin protrusions are a problem in computer vision recognition, because when the data is annotated, when the training models are developed, human annotators will typically cut off the tips of these things, and so that the true shape does not get learned. So it's still, the jury's still out whether or not, how much we can improve that by improving the training, or are we just going to have to use a different kind of sensor for those things? So that's a good example of, we actually understand more now about one failure mode, but then how to address it in a scalable manner is a completely different story. And I think that that's the other big piece of this. It's hard to make these technologies scale such that they can operate in low speeds and high speeds.
Right.
And I think Waymo's done a good job. I don't want to take that away from them. They've done a good job at showing how operations can be conducted, particularly at suburban speeds. But it's not clear that their solution is going to scale for highway.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
When winter strikes, stay running and stay ready with Howes. Diesel Treat prevents gelling, but if your fuel freezes because it's untreated, Diesel Lifeline works fast to reliquefy and de-ice. Howes, prevention and rescue for your diesel.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibrotech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at VibraTechTVD.com.
You mentioned it earlier, we've got obviously passenger vehicles, and we've seen how fast that's grown over the past couple of years now, and obviously different states. We see them more than we do in others. You also mentioned autonomous commercial trucks, and we have seen some progress on that as well. I'm sure you've seen the news of Aurora in Texas accelerating those fully driverless operations there. What do you make of what you're seeing from Aurora in Texas? And you kind of mentioned the concerns that you have, but as you see that kind of going down the road here, what concerns do you have?
Well, I mean, Aurora had to put a driver back in.
Yeah.
They had to put somebody back in the cab, and I don't think that they were as forthcoming with the fact that even when they supposedly took the person out, there was still a person in the cab, just not in the driver's seat. So, I think kudos to PACCAR for making sure, for insisting that the driver get back behind the wheel, because nobody needs to have to deal with a situation like that. I think that Aurora's attempt at a failed rollout is exactly what I'm talking about. So I think that only proves me right. Now, I'd like to see this technology succeed. I run a robotics lab. I'm here to make the technology work. That being said, it's not clear that the theoretical underpinnings are going to work. And so if we can't figure out how to make sure cars can detect object problems at highway speeds and then have enough time for the vehicle to act accordingly, if we can't fix that, self-driving trucking is never going to work, and it's also going to seriously limit the self-driving car world.
You mentioned something there that I think is important to kind of underline here, in that you are not against the idea of autonomous vehicles, right? And you mentioned why there. You just want to make sure that it's done safely and that we're not putting people at risk. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. I think that Waymo has done a good job of showing relatively safe operations at slow speeds. They've been a little too tight-lipped about their remote operations piece. It turns out that, at least I've heard rumors, that they have a huge offshore facility in the Philippines where they've got all these humans babysitting the cars. Okay, that's fine. That's actually not a bad thing. I think that it would be great if they were a little bit more transparent about it so that people understood what the infrastructure costs are going to be, because that's the other question. So Waymo can do it. They can do it pretty safely. They've only been involved in one fatality. But the question is that going to be scalable over the long term?
Yeah. When we talked a couple years ago, and I think you were rather prescient, actually, in going back and listening to that, because you said at the time that you were pretty skeptical about a sizable or meaningful shift toward autonomous cars and especially trucks on U.S. roadways in the near future. I can't remember the timeline that you mentioned there, but you basically said that you thought at the time that it was further off than others might have you believe. I'm getting the sense from talking to you, and we've seen a lot actually change in the past couple of years since we last spoke, but I'm getting the sense that you still maybe feel the same way about that. And if so, how far off do you think we are from seeing this, autonomous technology be deployed on a wide scale, throughout the United States?
Well, I'm glad that you remembered that conversation.
I did. Yeah.
Because, it's like I tell people, look, I don't get a lot of enjoyment out of I say I told you so. I do think, though, it's critical that for safety critical systems that we keep everyone's expectations grounded. Because if you get too excited, if you overhype a technology too much, all these investors jump in and they don't get their return on investment within a few years, then that ultimately ends up hurting the whole community, because then nobody wants to do any more investment. It's almost like a Chicken Little problem. No one will believe you. So I think it's really, really important to stay grounded, and this is why I see now that Waymo is rolling out in all these cities, I hear a lot about, okay, taxi drivers are dead, truck drivers aren't going to have a job anymore. And I'm like, well, that's not true, because there's all this remote operations. And if it takes 3 people to make sure one passenger car operates safely, what is that going to mean for trucking? Is it scalable? What about the safety components of doing remote operations? There's some huge safety critical areas inside of that can be lethal. And what we don't want is any more fatalities if we can help it, because then that will really kill the whole industry. So I try to temper people's, high expectations to make them understand, look, if Waymo keeps rolling out in different cities, that's great. Supposedly they're coming to D.C. and New York. I was like, okay.
Yeah, that'll be a test.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah.
But the real test is Boston in the winter. And so, there's just going to be some areas that you're not going to see these cars. And I also caution all these investors, look, if passenger cars cannot operate at highway speed, self-driving passenger cars, then how are trucks supposed to operate? The funny thing about everything we're talking about is like people just need to exercise some common sense.
Yeah.
If the cars can't operate at highway speed, how are we going to get multi-ton vehicles operating at highway speed?
Yeah. And how would you feel, the general person out there, about an 80,000 plus pound truck, going down the highway at 70 miles per hour without anybody in the cab? That doesn't make me feel great. I don't know about other people, but I know the polls kind of indicate that that's a concern as well.
Yeah, I think the American public, who, every year that goes by, they are increasingly wary of these technologies. And look, if I were to tell you, I feel just as comfortable on the road with semi-tractor trailers that are robots that are driven by humans, then if I feel it, then I would sing it from the treetop. But we couldn't be further from that place. And that is why I think people really need to calm down, especially the companies that like to promote the hype. Look, you are not doing the whole industry any favors by claiming that self-driving cars or trucks are about to put truckers out of business, because that is not the case.
In terms of, and we don't have a whole lot of time here, Missy, but in terms of oversight, I'm seeing some things out of D.C. that make me think that they're kind of pulling back on that and kind of opening up the floodgates for, people to do what they want out there, and businesses, I should say, companies. What do you make of the oversight, or maybe lack thereof, that you're seeing out there?
Well, everybody wants to talk about, how the Trump administration rolled in and they're cutting all these regulations. But to be honest, the Biden administration wasn't doing that much either. They were very pro-industry. Yeah. So the Biden administration was not putting in any rules and regulations in terms of transportation and self-driving cars that had to be rolled back. I also think we're not in the right place for putting out a lot of federal regulation about self-driving cars, because the technology is still so nascent, still early in the game. So there's no reason we should go out and start overly regulating a technology that's still very experimental at best. I would say the one caveat to that is that the federal government should jump in and start regulating remote operations, because we've already seen one crash in California that happened because of time delay for remote operations for Waymo, and that as Waymo starts to scale up and up, if they're going to continue to have all of these people offshore, then those delays are just going to be even that much more critical, and inevitably someone will die, and there will be a lawsuit, and someone will get killed because of a delay in a remote operation. That information will come to light, and then again, that could really hurt the whole industry, which is something we don't want.
Absolutely. Missy, I could talk to you all day about this, but unfortunately we are out of time. Your crystal ball was working a couple years ago when we talked. I hope we can talk to you before 2 years from now to kind of, track how this is all going and where we're headed. But we really appreciate the perspective, appreciate your research, and appreciate you talking with us today.
Anytime.
Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people. That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.